Mr. Mayor, the attorney firm is still the attorney firm. You have not vetoed the motion made by the village board, so they are still village attorneys, and you have to wait for the next meeting until you veto the motions that were made.
Before we continue with village business, can we open up a meeting and make sure, because this is a violation of the Open Meeting Act. For too many of us sitting here, we're talking about village meetings. Please open up the meeting, let's get to the first, get to the second, because right now, violation of the Open Meeting Act.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm not going to participate in an illegal
she should
meeting.
leave now.
I'm not going to open anything with Olson and Spirits law firm being represented.
Call me for illegal.
I'm not going to open it.
Yeah. We can't have a meeting without the village clerk.
We're not having, I'm not calling the meeting to order.
Mr. Mayor, I would have no attorney, your police chief, sergeant of arms, I would have attorney, law firm removed from the board.
The attorney for the village that I am hiring for the village will be Dennis Sauk, Micah Prolovich, will be the attorney for the village. So that should be the law firm that will be representing the village, not Olson and Spirits law firm. I'm not going to call anything to order.
Village clerk, Mr. Mayor, and call roll.
Village clerk does not have a job.
The clerk will not be
Meetings are called to order.
Thank you.
Just call this meeting for, to just to remove a position, something you could have done at 7 o'clock. Okay. Continue. You guys are playing games with people for money. Special meeting to remove a position.
Because we're not paying them, so they gotta be your attorney, so I would suggest you talk to them.
I think this is good.
If you guys plan on getting paid, I would suggest you talk to the mayor about how you should be paid. That was what it was.
And that would be not called.
It's funny, because the motion was supposed to be made, second, and it's over, so it looks like we had a meeting, see you at 7.
Y'all can prove without executive.
Spreading words all the time.
I pledge allegiance to the flag law firm has been terminated over 2 weeks ago. I've hired Dennis Sauk and Micah Krolovic law firm to represent the village. And for Olson and Sturt to continue to be here and represent the village is out of order. I've asked them on a number of times to vacate the premises, but they continue to stay here to represent the village. They're not representing me. They continue to give me bad advice. They continue not even to communicate with me, but they seem to want to communicate with Trustee Hanks instead of me. So, for them to ask to continue to be here, writing up ordinance to fire the village manager, continue to write up ordinance behind my back, not come to me and ask me about these ordinances. Writing up ordinance now, you just saw, if you were here a few minutes ago, they drafted an ordinance to get rid of the chief of police. So for this law firm to continue to draft ordinance and go behind my back and expect me, as the village, to approve $50,000 a month for their salary is ridiculous to me. So I can't understand if they're fair for me to why they would continue to be here, and I asked them to leave and I gave them their termination letter. So it seems as though here we go again, spending taxpayer money to get rid of the attorney.
Question?
So we'll be back in court again because I've already appointed a law firm to represent the village.
Mr. Mayor,
Question?
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Benson.
on behalf of
Trustee Benson.
Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the citizens and the taxpayers of this village, you have your police chief and officer of the law already standing by. You have asked this law firm to leave, and yet they still sit here. You should have your police chief, who represents your sergeant of arms for this meeting, to remove this law firm. If you had terminated them 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, they have no right to sit here. The charge of taxpayers, dollars and cents that we do not have, and they are being paid $45,000 to $50,000 a month, and yet we can't find money to pay a village manager and the police chief. This is ridiculous. This law firm that cost the village in the past, not even a good year, over $200,000 to $300,000, and suing the village. They should be. We know that Mr. Mayor, the people of Sauk Village.
May the record state the mayor is not abiding by the agenda that is placed before you. Part of the record.
Mr. Mayor, the people of Sauk Village is not stupid. This is going to cost us more and more money in legal battles, and yet this same board wants to create budgets, remove and replace. And from what I just heard, they want to remove the police chief and make the fire chief the police chief. That's kind of the problem for me. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is. Run the meeting. But this is what's going on. Citizens of Sauk Village need to stand up right right now and make your voices heard. Since the board don't want to listen, and we know for a fact it has been 3 weeks or 4 weeks now since the board had allowed you to even speak, you should let your voice be heard now. So we have a serious problem here, and this problem is only cost the village taxpayers thousands of dollars.
Question. This item is on the agenda under the mayor's report. And I know you just stated that before we got to reports of items, you wanted to say this, but you have a motion to veto, you're saying that you're going to veto, which you've done with the letter, you have it on the agenda saying you're going to veto this item. I'm not sure why we had to veer from the agenda. We've discussed this meeting after meeting. It's been discussed on how a law firm can be terminated, how a law firm can be appointed. Can we please move on with the agenda? We're going to go. We are going to be discussing.
Olsen gotta go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I waited patiently. I was the first one to ask a question. You overstepped me. I raised my hand. We have audience members talking while I'm talking. I'm asking for respect because I gave it. This item is on the agenda. Can we please move to item number 2, which is your report, where you can speak to this.
Mr. Mayor. If you notice, that was part of my report. It says mail report. I was given that part of it.
Except for, I'm sorry, if we're going to follow the agenda.
You can lie if you want to, trustee
I'm
James.
so sorry. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. If you look at the agenda, your agenda, the very first thing on your agenda is about the residents. We just talked about how the residents were the most important. And I know you said you spoke for the village, which I'm not sure that one person can speak for a village. And I know the trustee Benson that said he spoke for the citizens, which again, I'm not sure that one person can speak for citizens. But the very first item on here, 2A1, is a beautification committee. Ms. Margaret Pruitt. She has a presentation, a tablecloth, a table, Hootie Awards. We can focus on that. And then we can go to item number 2. There are 4 vetoes on here. Nobody is denying you that right. I'm asking that we have a slight bit of decorum, at least until 7:20. Let's get through the hootsies, because that's going to take about 10 minutes. And then we can act a fool, because that's what's going to happen. But can we just please get through that presentation? There was no point. There was no reason to go out of order. Can we please just go to the hootsies? After that, break loose.
I don't see where I went out of order when it clearly said A, the mail report. I don't understand why I'm giving my report.
Olsen gotta go.
I have a question. And part of the report, my report, is that Olsen and Sturge Law Firm gotta go. I've given my reason, so I don't see why you're saying I'm getting away from the agenda. My report is the first item on the agenda. We're going to get to A1. We're going to get to that.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on the, you started your report?
I'm sorry?
I said I have a question about some of the things you stated on your report at the beginning.
Go ahead.
First question, sir, you made a statement that, we're spending, or the board is spending money frivolously, that the law firm has cost us X amount of money. I have a problem with you doing this in front of people that, first of all, they came out here to hear and take care of business, not to hear politicking going on, and that's exactly what's happening, because you're the one that brought this law firm to us. After the study group left, you brought this law firm to us. We ratified that at that time. Like I said, it's the 4th law firm since you've been mayor.
And you're right.
Okay.
I brought them to you, now I'm asking them to
Okay,
leave.
but
I brought them here.
Okay, but
you agreed to that.
Yes, we
So
did.
now I'm asking
But now we
you to
don't
leave.
agree because of the reasons that you're talking about. Number one, you're talking about somebody spending money frivolously.
You saying $50,000 a month?
I'm saying the board.
Can the village afford to have a law firm that tell you one thing, then go right behind your back and do another thing?
Sir, when you were talking, I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I waited until you got through. Okay, I'm making a statement now. First of all, sir, I was hoping that the first thing came out of your mouth when you said your report was an apology to this village. Am I kidding?
Apology to the village for what? Clarify what the answer is. Apologize. If there's something for me to apologize.
But I was asking you to apologize for what was being written in the paper Saturday and sometimes about the double taxation, about getting the tax rate. I thought you would say, I'm sorry for that. I was hoping that you would state that and say, hey guys, or whatever, and explain to the constituents, the people that put you in office, to make you CEO of this village, to let them know, hey, I mean, whatever your reason may be, I don't know, but I was hoping that you would at least humble yourself to say, hey, it was in... That's the first thing. The second thing, since I'm going to be rudely interrupted, I'm going to continue to talk. The second thing, sir, you said something about $50,000. We just asked you and the firm that you appointed about a $40,000 payout to an engineering firm, first of all, that we didn't okay the invoice. We didn't even see the invoice until after it was paid. There was still no explanation given to this board why that money was paid out and who signed the checks and who authorized that money to be paid out. And in that billing, there was a consultant firm that was paid $8,500 for what, we don't even know what that is. But you're sitting here talking about what we don't have and how someone gave bad advice and how we're spending money frivolously. Don't you think that would be some of the things that we would try to talk about first before you go off and say what somebody did not or didn't do? We can't keep throwing rocks and live in glass houses, sir. We can't continue to do that. If you want to continue, yes, I'm going to rebut it each and every time because I'm going to remind the same people that you tried to walk past and say, it's okay, I did what I had to do, I'm through with it, let's move on. I can't move on when money is being spent without proper representation or without proper advice or consent of this board. Now you bring a law firm here, which we know nothing about. I never met these gentlemen. I don't even know who they are. I don't know what the rest of the board knows, but I am not going to sit here and ratify or accept a person just because you said they should be here and you said that the other one should go. I can't go with that. And I don't know what the board says, but I don't even know these gentlemen. No nothing, no background, no nothing, no PR. Don't even know where they're located. Don't even know what they do, what their expertise is. But you asking us to go ahead and ratify, and you're saying, if we don't, you're still going to appoint them. So therefore, there we go again, doing what you want to do without consent or even thinking about asking the board to be behind you in that. You want to do what you want to do irregardless, and that's all I'm saying. This is the example of why we have these meetings like we have them right now. Because you just bully, use your microphone as the mayor, and say, this is what I'm going to do. I don't care what you think, but this is what's going to happen. And yes, personally, I as a trustee have a problem because the money portion of everything that's in this village goes past the trustees. And if we don't have the money for it, regardless of who it may be, we can't pay it. Unless, like you said, unless what just happened last week, you had a payout without the authorization of this board, which I've already asked about, is it legal to do that? And I was told it was illegal to cash that check or accept or sign that check. That was illegal.
You bring up some points here, and one is you should be yourself wondering why we are paying a village attorney over $50,000. You should be, if you're talking about saving the taxpayer money, you're not doing your job.
I know why they're paying this money.
Right? Yeah, you sure do know why.
I know why they're paying this money.
If you were on
not tell the citizens this building was paid for, sir. Why are you lying? That's an old-faced lie. I did not say the building was paid for. You, just because you say it and come out your mouth doesn't mean it's correct.
When we look at the bond that you on the board that signed for this bond at a higher rate, at a rate that we can't go back and refinance, and you telling me that you saving the taxpayer money? No, there's something wrong with that part of it.
You're absolutely right. You're right, sir. You're absolutely right. But two wrongs, yes, you said, two wrongs will make it right. So that's, I mean, I'm through with that. I said what I had to say about accountability, and you have not been accountable to the taxpayers for the money that's being spent. You still have not explained why the $40,000 check was written last week or 2 weeks ago before the board didn't ratify that. The board didn't vote on it. The board didn't okay that. Why was that money even spent and even signed by yourself? Why was that check signed without the approval of the board? You never answered that question, but you're going to go back to what happened 6, 7 years ago. Fine, I have no problem. I can answer that. I have no problem with that. I can answer why we pay so much money for the law firm. Because every time we turn around, we're in court. You're on one side, we go to the that's why we pay the law firm back and forth, because you want to take everything, if it's not your way, you want to take somebody to court each and every time. And then when you come to court, you bring people that work for the village to court with you, and they drive you down. That's taxpayers' dollars too. That's taxpayers' dollars too. Everybody else has to go to court, they have to pay their own way.
The bottom line is that this law firm is costing the village money that the village do not.
No, you're costing the village money. The law firm is just defending the village.
The law firm tells me one thing not to do, advising what to do, and then turn around and sue me, that telling me not to do this, and then turn around and sue me for it.
No,
And the same thing with the village trustee.
the law firm didn't sue you.
On the books.
The law firm did not sue you.
On the books.
The law firm
on the books for the village, the board changed their own ordinance. Have the same law firm here to create ordinance. So what are you going to do?
The law firm did not sue you.
Laws in the middle of the stream here.
The law firm did not sue you. You sued the village trustees, and the law firm defended the village trustee. The law firm did not sue you. There was no real litigation that said the law firm sued the mayor Towers. That's not right.
Everybody from the law firm working with the trustee, behind the mayor back, working with the trustee.
But you're working behind our back. You do not work behind our back.
Not telling us.
You do not work behind our
I
back.
have heard from this law firm, and I have talked to this law firm, Mr. McGrath.
Excuse me.
We're going to get to you.
Coochies.
Now, get back to the law.
Coochies.
Can you be removed? She's gonna be removed too. Then let's go. But she should touch it. Keep on back. Keep present. I really don't like it. Keep present. Keep present. Y'all do this every week. Come on. It's just, you do this every Tuesday. Let's go back. Let's do it. Let's do this every Tuesday. Praise somebody. Come on. Come on. Bring me again. Come on. Come on.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the beautification committee. Ms. Margaret Pruitt is going to be presenting the Tutor Award to this year winner beautification.
Mr. Mayor, I want to know why Ocean is still there.
Point of order.
Mr. Mayor, please join me down here, please.
Don't pay my tax dollars, but
Point of order.
May I have beautification committee come forward as well? Good evening, residents of Sauk Village. Speaking on behalf of the beautification committee, we want to thank each and every one of you who went over and beyond in terms of beautifying your properties this past year. This is the time of year that our committee, generally, we get away from digging in the ground and pulling up the weeds to actually coming out to visit homes and to judge them to see exactly who reigns. This process is done through a nomination. Fellow residents nominate their neighbors. Then the committee, we go out and we rate them, and then we judge the hootsies, and we give honorable recognition to everyone who's been nominated, and then for those who score first, second, and third place, they get an award and a special little ribbon on their Hootsie Award. All of the members have already have this sign here placed in their front yards. It's been there for at least a week or so. So they are not surprised and just really pleased though that so many of them were able to make it out here this evening. And I present to you our winners. The first one is the Bonaparte family on 225th and Jeffrey. Mayor, the committee will pass you the award. The Bonaparte family, can you please come forward?
all right then.
Thank you very much. And residents, you should really see, the front yard is really interesting because they use all container gardening on the front. But then in the backyard, they take so much time and effort with just planting and having all different types of embellishments and everything. And it was really a joy visiting with you last week. Thank you. But if you can stand there for a minute, because we're going to take one group shot at the end. The next family, well, really isn't a family. It's Mr. Julius Miles. It's Carla Bennett. Here it is. Thank you for coming to accept the award on behalf of Julius. Thank you very much. I'm going to say something else before I bring up the next one. Believe it or not, the winners and all of those that are nominated this If there was not a female in the house, all of our winners were male. Really, give them a hand. Give them a hand. It's very impressive what we saw out there. Boris Priestley, are you with us?
That's what does the work. That's what does the work.
Is Boris with us? Boris lives on the 2900 East 223rd, so as you are traveling those byways, if you could just take a look over at those properties, which you will see the Hootsie Awards there, and you'll just blow your horn to let them know that you appreciate their hard work. The next one is Darian and Latanya Ulmer, and they live 2800 East 223rd. Our third place winners are not with us only because they are in Hawaii. Now, I tried to get them to stay on here for the award, but they insisted that they would go on to Hawaii. But they are Robert and Rose Ketchum, and they live 224th in Strasbourg. Our second place winner, and hopefully she won't mind me telling her age, but she's 85 years old, 85 years young, and she does all of her lawn work herself. And she's out every day picking up whatever debris, and I guess some of her neighbors were so proud of her Hootsie that they stole the first one that we put in her yard. I present our second place winner, Marcus Ariana. First place winner, someone that's near and dear to my heart, and many of you probably know her because you've seen her in some of the meetings and everything, representing Lincoln Meadows Development. And just because we live in the same development does not mean that she received any favor. In fact, some of the other, I hear you. Some of the other committee members rated her on a higher scale than I did, but you can always see she and her husband out really doing a lot of the work. And I present to you our first place winners for 2013, 2012 rather, Timothy and Edna Johnson. Shot with all of our winners and the committee with the mayor in the middle.
Come on this side. Take one shot right here. You get everybody? All right.
photographers, Steve, thank you so much for working with my little telephone. My camera didn't work this evening. Thank you, Mayor Towers, and thank you, residents.
Let me thank each and every one of our winners and all of the honorees, those that participated in the award. And we just want to make sure that everyone had an opportunity to participate, and hope that everyone, the next time in 2013, that everybody will become a winner. So again, thank you very much. Certainly we want to thank Marvin and the committee for all the hard work and the effort that they have put into this. And we want to say congratulations, Marvin. Congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to seeing you again in 2013. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. It's the mayor veto a motion passed by the Board of Trustees on September 17, 2012. The first motion on the agenda is a motion to place the village manager Turner on a paid administrative leave for 3 weeks starting Friday, September 14, 2012, in order to investigate village finances, and to investigate boxes of documents removed by Henrietta Turner on September 14th at 5 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, the board intends to override this veto at the next regular board meeting, and we'd like to make sure the village clerk has this on the agenda for override hearing veto.
Question?
We received a memo in boxes stating that everything was returned. Is that available to you? I left a message about it, but I didn't get anything back. So the boxes, you said there was mail and paperwork. You still have that?
One box, yeah, the whole box with everything in that she returned.
But she returned everything. Is that available to you?
Not right now. Yeah, it's always available.
Clearly, not during a regular.
It's always available.
But after this board meeting, now it'll be available.
No, it's not available right after the board meeting.
It was always available.
Yeah.
When will it be available?
It'll be available tomorrow morning.
Mr. Mayor, so you're saying that one box out of 5 boxes that were removed?
I don't know what were removed, Trustee Name.
Five boxes.
Well, I know most of them were personal things that was taken. What was given back to me that saved me was the one box of letters and papers and things that was on her desk. She said that had never been opened and that type of stuff.
Mr. Mayor,
Well,
you just stated that you don't know what was removed, but then you just stated after that it was just personal things. Which one is it? Do you or do you not know what was removed?
no, I don't know what were removed. I'm just saying what she told me that she got from the office there. You placed her on administrative leave. She took her personal belongings out of the office.
Okay, but that's what the question was. Did you know what was removed? You said no.
No,
Now
I
you
was not there.
okay, but now you're saying it was personal effects. How do you know it was personal
Because
effects?
I said what she said to me, what she gave me was the box that had all the things that was on her desk that she took.
And my
And
question
the
was,
other thing she said were personal belongings, awards, books, and things like
but
that.
my question, sir, if she was put on administrative leave with pay, why was she even allowed to take artifacts out of the office, period? I mean, she wasn't fired, she wasn't let go, she still was being paid by the village. Why was she allowed to take things out of the office without someone at least checking it out? And we've had this before, you know we've done this before. Why was she allowed to take things out of the office without someone at least checking it off to see what it was in those? We don't have any idea what was in those boxes. There was no one there to at least look and see what was taken out of there. Now you're saying that we should trust that it was just personal items, and we don't know, but we're supposed to have an investigation to figure out what paperwork that we need to go through with all this. But that's why I'm asking you, if how can we find out if you don't know what's in there, and it was more than one box, now it's only one box coming back, and we don't know what it is. I mean, how was she, that's what I'm trying to figure out, why, this is the second time it was allowed to have someone that was put on leave to take items out of the village without anybody to sit there and look and see what was taken out of there. There was nothing there. And now you're saying that it was personal items. I don't know how we can do an investigation that way, like that. I mean, I really can't see how you can do
Well,
that.
I don't think you're doing that investigation.
The board
cannot do an investigation.
Okay. It's supposed to be an independent. How can independent?
I haven't called for an independent investigation.
It was not your call, sir.
Yeah.
It was like, why would we even have you to be involved in the investigation, which we investigate on things that were done by yourself?
No, I didn't say I was doing the investigation. You got me all wrong on this. I said I didn't call for an investigation. Is the law firm speaking that I didn't ask him to speak since he
A lot of people speak that you don't need to speak.
I didn't call for an investigation.
We did.
And I say, and I'm not doing the investigation, and the board is not doing the investigation.
But you just said that you have not called for an investigation.
No.
That's what you said. You have. So therefore, that means that you're calling for an investigation.
If the board is calling for one, you said board, I said I didn't call for it.
You said that you didn't call for an investigation. You said you didn't call for an investigation. Okay. So if the board called for an investigation, we still like to know what was in those boxes, and then also.
Then let the investigation take place.
How can we know that, sir? We don't know what left out of there.
You don't need to know. Let the investigation take place. You got the investigation. That's why I thought you were doing the
We
investigation.
don't need to know what was in the boxes.
See what the investigation gonna turn up.
And how did the boxes turn up? How did the boxes turn up, sir? How did the boxes, as you say, happen up? How did they happen back into the box?
You asked the building manager to return the boxes, and she returned them back to me, one box.
But, okay, you know something, I'm not going to keep the people here guessing back and forth. But the investigation, if you're saying that you had an investigation, or you're not we're trying to get it independent, but we can't get anything done if we don't have all the facts. And you're telling me that you don't know what was taken out, number one. Number two, I asked you when it was returned and what was returned. You say you don't know what was returned. So
One box.
You don't know what was in
What's
that
in the box? I didn't go through the box.
Okay, but
one
you don't.
Box were returned. That's what you asked me. That's what I'm telling you.
And I understand. And that's real funny. That's real. I understand. That makes a lot of sense. That you 5 went out, 1 comes back, and you don't know what's in that one.
So you were there when all 5 of them went out?
Was I there?
Uh-huh.
No. Were you there?
No, I was say I was not there. I don't know what went out.
But you were there when the one
All I
came back.
did was receive the one box.
And you don't know what was in there.
I don't know what it. I didn't go through the box because you already called for an investigation. I didn't go through the box.
That matter is turned over to the state's attorney's office for investigation.
The attorney just said that you did contact the Attorney General, State Attorney, to do the investigation. I thought that was very clearly.
Yes, all the state's attorney's office.
Even talking.
He's still the
He's a nice guy, I don't talk.
He's still the That's why.
Shouldn't even sit up here.
Move him. Pick him up and take him out. Remove him. Pick him up, take him out.
Question.
This motion to put this manager on administrative leave, at first, a couple weeks ago, it was 2 weeks. This says 3 weeks. And what you see, this special meeting says, doesn't say anything. So which one is it? Because I do remember it was 2 weeks before. Now we have an agenda that says special meeting to put the plaintiff, new manager, turn on paid leave, doesn't say how long, and then this says 3 weeks. There's some confusion here.
Well, again, the trustee rewrite ordinance, that's what they do, to confuse the public and confuse people. And then anything that they put out there, they want to put out there.
We're not confusing anybody. It's straightforward. We're having a meeting after this.
Question.
Not that I think this need to spend much more time on this item, but just to answer Trustee Bentley's question, the original one was for
the trustee just said, and the attorney just said they've already doing the investigation.
Okay, so we don't need to look for any, we're not going to do any more information.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, one more thing. If they went to court at that particular time and they stated 2 weeks, well, those 2 weeks has passed. Like anyone else, that's time served, if that's the case.
It is served no time.
I'm talking.
And?
And so she should be back to work. You can't add more time on after you go to so-called court and file it, and you will file and say 2 weeks, but now you want to add another week on there. 2 weeks has passed. Whatever time that you did, the legal time was served. If that's the case, she should be back at work. I don't know why this is even on this agenda.
She's back at work because she never served any time until after we went to court. You were there. You saw what happened. You were there when the judge made the ruling.
Are you the mayor or he the mayor?
You were there at court. And I'm addressing you. You were there at court when it happened, and you heard the judge ruling at that time. She did not serve. She was put on administrative leave. She came to work each and every day because the mayor said that she, let's move on now. And the mayor said that she is to return to court, return to work until the judge makes a ruling. So therefore, that 2 week period was never served until after the judge made his ruling, after it was appealed, and then that's when the 3 weeks started. That's when it started. You were there when it happened. Why didn't you question the judge then? Raise your hand and say something to him.
Bottom line is, if we're talking about we don't have money, and we all know the part that the village manager has played since she's been. Now, to put the village manager on a paid leave when she could be here during the business of the building. And you heard me say many a time, what's going to happen when we don't have a village manager running the day-to-day operations of the village. And we all know what these trustees have done. There's no secret about that.
No, it's not. You're right.
We know what they've done.
You're right.
I mean, we put the village manager on a paid leave. First of all, they said nothing that she's done has nothing to do with her work, has nothing to do with her performances, but yet and still to put her on a paid leave.
We put on a paid leave, sir, because she will not accuse a person without proper representation. We have to go and look at the facts. We have to investigate. That's why why would we judge her without due process? So that's the reason. And you know that we said that at the very beginning, why she was put on a paid leave. Because we're doing an investigation which now is being interrupted because we have things removed. But we're still going to move forward with that. And as far as whether she done, we've named a few things what she has done, but I'm not going to sit here and air out her laundry in public like this. We've done this before. So don't act like this is the first time you heard the reason why we put her on a paid leave. She's on paid leave pending investigation. Self-explanatory. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that we're not paying her. We're paying her pending because we cannot prejudge and we will not prejudge her.
You did that when you put on leave without any proof of what she's done. You did that when you put on leave without any documentation, without any proof.
We have documentation. We have documentation. We have
That's why we
documentation.
are where we at right now.
No, we are where we are right now because of you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a veto the motion to reinstate the village attorney or the postal inspector to the order of the mayor attempt to remove not legal and intertwine.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to immediately reinstate Olson Sturk as the village attorney. Motion is second on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
You cannot suspend the rule on tonight. This is a veto. You can override the veto. You got.
I'm not overriding your veto, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we reinstated the village attorney. Motion is second on the floor. Mr. Mayor, there's a motion second on the floor.
Move on, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't call, there's no second call, roll.
There's the veto on the floor, and the village board has 5 days to
Village
override.
clerk, call roll.
Just before we call, just for clarification, your motion was to suspend the rules and then to reinstate the rules. It was not to overturn the mayor's veto, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's what I'm asking.
Please call roll.
Benson. Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hayes.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
I would veto the suspending of the rule to reinstate Olson and Sturgis that they call the village. At this point, already have a village attorney, so I would
We
veto.
never ratified that, sir. How can we have a village attorney? We never ratified the village attorney.
How can we have a village attorney when it's a village attorney?
I don't even know who the village attorney is. Who are these people that you name? We didn't ratify that. We didn't ratify, who are they?
Village attorney in Olson and Sturgis.
Well, who are they? You never presented them to the village in closed session, open session, nothing. We don't know if they came first time I saw them today.
Olson and Sturgis have never left either.
So then that's why,
Then you will present.
well, then that's why Olson Circus still here.
I think it goes back to the mayor thinks he's over and above the rules. I think the newspaper article proves it. He doesn't think he has to abide by the rules, by any rules.
All right, let's move on to C. A motion to amend the ordinance 12-015 to clarify that the position of the village manager remain in full force and in effect until the beginning of the new fiscal year, beginning November 1st, 2012, when the current amendment ordinance will take effect to eliminate the village manager position from the budget.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, the board intends to override this veto of Commissioner Hall.
So here we go again, the board take it in their own hand to fire the village manager, fire the police chief.
I think we're just following Robert's Rule of Order. You have the right to veto. The village board has the right to override, Mr. Mayor. So,
Okay, let's move on to the next item. A motion to veto a motion establishing a chain of command in the absence of the village manager.
Mr. Mayor, again, the village board intends to override this veto of Commissioner Hall.
Question.
Question?
I know that when we had the meeting, which I'm assuming you're referring to, you left the meeting abruptly, and the board did come out and make a motion to establish a chain of command. That's what you're doing, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then part of that, you sent out a memo to all the department heads.
Rodney,
I'm sorry.
Rodney,
Stating that they should give you weekly email reports and updates. Have you received any of those yet?
Why you need to know? It didn't say a report for you, it said a report for me. Why do you need to know?
The reason why I need to know is A, because I'm a trustee, but B, because the village manager, when she was here, she provided that information to the board.
We will provide that information.
I'm sorry, I was just asking if there was any updates, because per this motion, which you're vetoing, as trustee Hayes said, the board is intending to overturn that veto. I
agendas and accounts payable reports placed on the back of the table every meeting. In an effort to save money and stop throwing away excessive paper at the end of every night, it has been stated that if you want copies of the minutes, agendas, and accounts payables, you should get to the meeting early. Be one of the first in order to get that. However, if you are come late and you're not able to get those, they will be provided for you the next day by simply calling my office. I'll be more than happy to provide that. As a matter of fact, the agendas and the minutes are posted online. We are working to also post all of the accounts payables online. But those of you who do not have access to a computer, if you make a phone call to the front office, we'll make sure that you get copies of anything that was placed on the table that night. Also, Mr. Mayor, past precedence was that no petitions or political items were allowed to be circulated within the boardroom. We've talked about this several times, and I thought we had come to an agreement that we were not going to allow political materials, particularly petitions and signs, to be circulated in the boardroom. I do know that we had an ethics and a politicking ordinance on the agenda a couple weeks ago. That meeting did not take place. I do know that that those ordinances will be placed on next week's committee agenda. But in the meantime, I think that we need clarification on just what is and what is not allowed in public buildings. And in the past, politicking was not allowed in public municipal buildings. And also, on Thursday, September 27th at 6 p.m., there's been a notice posted for an additional budget review. This is meeting number 2 to discuss the Sauk Village budget. And lastly, I regret to inform the mayor and the board of trustees that I did in fact receive a letter of resignation from trustee Robert Chavez tonight when I walked in my office at 5:30 p.m. Dear village clerk, I do hereby resign as trustee for the village of Sauk Village, effective immediately. Sincerely, Robert Chavez, Senior, Trustee. I am tendering this letter to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Too late. Too late, sir, man.
I'm sorry, sir, that's the end of my report.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the village clerk.
Yes, sir.
In regards to, you said the petitions, were there petitions circulated today or something? I mean,
There's been notice going around the boardroom this evening.
petitions?
Petitions. Yes.
Okay, then I'm asking the mayor, are we gonna do anything about that? We don't allow that to happen.
I haven't seen it.
I know you didn't see. I'm not asking did you see. I said, are we gonna allow that to happen? Or are we gonna stop that? That's what I'm not asking did you see, sir.
We have an ordinance on the book.
And it's something,
It said that we've discussed it in the past. The ordinance was on an agenda a few weeks ago. It was not discussed because the meeting was canceled. Well, we as the board, the mayor and the trustees have decided that politicking in village buildings was not allowed. And it's been pointed out to me by several people tonight that it is happening. So we're asking for clarification, and excuse me, I do apologize. Speaking of the petitions, there is a notice on the back of the table and posted in the hallways regarding the nominated petitions will be circulated starting today. Many people have already started circulating them, and how you can get information on how to get nomination papers for this April 3rd, 2013 election. But in answer to your question, Mr. Mayor, we have not passed the politicking ordinance, but past practice and consensus of this board in previous meetings was that politicking in public buildings was not allowed.
And the board needs to draft something and have something at the next meeting.
so until that time, are you going to allow it? So that's all I ask. Until that time, are you going to allow politicking and circulation of petitions?
The past practice has been that we off limit to all public buildings.
So therefore you will, if you see that, you will enforce. That's all I'm asking. Do you enforce that? That's all I'm asking.
The board will enforce. That's what the board has been doing all the time.
Mr. Mayor, the clerk said, at first she said she saw the submission of petitions. And then she just said someone told her that. I need to know which one was it.
Oh. I'm not lying. Whoever said that, that's my
All right. She said she saw it. She said she was, no, I was told. That's what she
I
said.
didn't say no, sir. That's incorrect. I said I was
We're
told.
going on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Just to clarify, past practice has been that no politics on in public
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to let everybody know, we've submitted an agreement for the design of the quiet zone improvements on Torrance Avenue and Cottage Grove. And also as a reminder, the engineering will be completely funded by CN Railroad. And it's the last step before the quiet zone improvements can be constructed. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Jim, are you talking about having the delineators be installed?
That's what we're working towards, yes.
And I do have a question. Are you being kept in the loop for the water, as far as the hookups, as far as the building, as far as we have to build a structure for the aerators? Has anybody approached you and asked you about, because we have a deadline, and has anybody approached you and asked you about your input on the configuration of that building or that process or whatever it is to enclose those aerators? Also, with the water, I guess as far as purchasing the aerators, I mean, we heard something last week, but I also saw something that was given to the board and the mayor about litigation coming from the Attorney General's office in regards to having a contract drawn up between the village and the people that own the aerators to have something before the Attorney General's office so we can be in compliance. Has anyone talked to you about that?
No, other than the information I received, just being copied in emails, that was quite a number of weeks ago, I received that.
Okay, because I'm asking because I did get it, and as the rest of the board did, because it said CC everybody on the board, that we're not in compliance, that we have to be in compliance, which means we have to have a contract between the village and the owners of the aerators by, I think, the first week in October. It's September 25th now. I don't know if we can do this overnight, but it has to be because this is what they're asking to be done, and I'm sure that I know our law firm is working on that. Olson & Sturk. I know Olson & Sturk was working on that, but I'd like to know the status of that. That's why I was asking, and the mayor jumped over the report from Olson & Sturk, but that's something that's in compliance, sir. That's something that the village is being sued, and if we don't comply with it, that'll be another expense, since we're trying to save money and we're not trying to spend more money and things like that. So that's something that we should try to find out what the status of that is. Have we complied? Do we have a contract? And if so, what is the contract? And will it be ready in time for compliance to the IEPA and also Attorney General's office, since they did send us something? So that's one thing I would like to ask Olson & Sturk, because they were involved in the contract along with RCP, and to do that. So Mayor, if we can find out from Olson & Sturk right now, do we have that taken care of or don't?
We haven't put that into the trustee. We've had that already. I don't know where you missed it. We had it for a while.
Well, we do have a contract. Then why did the
Not a contract.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Do we have a contract in place?
No.
Because we have a directive from IEPA stating that we have to have this by the first week in October.
We don't have a contract because of there's still some dispute between the two agreements. One agreement being the agreement with the village engineers, Maxson and Woodward, who is in charge of this project. And the other agreement is the one that the attorney recommend that we use. So we have that on the agenda. Let's move to, what's it?
Since we did skip item B, I asked last week for information from Baxter Women regarding the information on the public relations firm that they hired. I haven't gotten anything. I wanted to know if anybody else or if the attorney gotten any information from Baxter Women. I did receive the email you sent, but we haven't gotten anything beyond that because that email had no information.
I asked Baxter
I don't think I asked you to say anything.
Yes,
You want to know? Did you talk to her later on? He's not going to be allowed to talk. You want to talk to you, you can talk to your phone.
We're looking at number 2, that you instructed me to respect me. I'm gonna ask you officially.
If you want to talk, go ahead and talk. You don't have to ask me anything. You don't have to tell me anything. If you want it, if you're ready to talk, if not, we'll move on.
The reason the village is not moving forward, right there.
I'm gonna ask you for respect. I'm doing everything in my power to respect you. I'm gonna ask that either Olson and Stirk or the village clerk draft a letter from this village to Baxter and Woodman stating that without that information and other information provided to our Public Works Department, this board, and to Robinson Engineering, continuation of payment will not happen. We specifically told them the $8,000 that they agreed to pay for with the public relations firm to do press releases that was discussed with the mayor and the village manager, not this board. We said that needed to stop, and we said we wanted information on it. The email that I received said they weren't going to provide it, and we were going to ask the mayor. That was supposed to come from Baxter. Baxter is unable to give us that information, and we no longer need to utilize their services. I'm asking that that letter goes out tomorrow, certified, followed by an email, so they are sure to get it, because we do not have time to drag our feet. IPA is aware of Baxter's involvement in the air strippers, and we need to make sure that nothing lags. We need to make sure this will remain constant. And I'm saying that the village attorney, Olson Stirk, could do this. IPA stated they will continue to work with them on this project, and we have to allow time for things not to fall behind. If they cannot provide us information, we need to halt future projects with them and this current project. We need to halt payment and all information which is village owned. Even if Baxter Woman did it, it is village owned because we paid for it. We hired them. That information needs to be turned over at Robinson Engineering immediately, and we need to continue on with this. I'd also like an email stating that the letter has been sent out, and when we receive response from them. Thank you.
Let me just say, Baxter and Woodman hired a consulting firm. The village has nothing to do with who they hired to do their project. They didn't ask about the other engineers. They didn't ask about the other attorneys that they were using to. So why would they, if there was not an invoice on that public relations firm that asked the village to pay them, they back to the ones that hire whoever they want to. They don't want to pay them. They don't want to hire. They don't want anything to do. That's nothing to do with it.
You're a liar.
That's nothing to do with it.
You're a liar.
When we put that on their invoice to the village.
Continue to
They
lie.
put that on that invoice for us to pay, and when that was brought up to them last week Tuesday by Trustee Burgess, they stated that they were asked by the mayor and the village manager to find a public relations firm to help with press releases. They were asked by 2 members of this village to spend $8,000.
$8,500.
Asked them,
Per month.
$8,500.
Per month.
We asked them what they had done. To this point, Baxter could not provide any information that they had even conducted a press release of any way, shape, or form. Yet still, this company was still asking for $8,500. When we asked for further information, so for them to review to see if maybe they had done something, they just hadn't turned it in, it wasn't on the invoice, Baxter and Woodman's spokesperson response was, ask the mayor. That's not what we asked to do. They're charging us $8,500. Baxter should have to explain to us why they're doing that. They couldn't give us a response. If they cannot tell us why we have to give them $8,500, I have a problem with their billing. I have a problem with the way they work, and I would no longer, and this is just me, because I don't run this village, I think this board should terminate services with them. We do not need to throw $8,500 at people who can't tell us why they need that money.
Mr. Mayor, as far as the Bud Mason, who you said was recommended by, that you went out and got for, that he came with Jesse Jackson with a grant that was paid for by the state, is the consultant. We're not paying that person. That's what he was there for. That's what he came for, is to be a consultant, to help coordinate all these things that we're talking about. And for him, which he told me last week, to find out that we're paying someone, because we couldn't afford to pay him. We went out and got a grant for that. But now that we have it in the invoice that we're paying $8,500 a month to do the same thing that we had to go out to apply for a grant for, I don't understand how that's going to look good. If we don't have the money to pay for a grant, and Bud Mason came with RCP, and he came out here to talk, he came out here to consult, he came out here to basically oversee the process that's going on with the air strippers and the quality of water, and that was paid for by a grant from the state of Illinois. How good does it look to find out that we are also paying for a separate person to be a consultant to do basically the same thing that Bud Mason was doing? And that's the reason why I have a problem with that, because now we're asking the state to pay for something, and then we're paying again too for the same service. Because I still have not seen what this guy has done, and whoever, I don't even know who the consultant firm is. It says Illinois government consultant. That could be anybody. I don't know who it is. We never saw that person, never saw any work for $8,500. At least I want to see a piece of paper stating what did you do or what happened for $8,500. I don't know about you, but I want to see something. And until I see something, I like to suspend all duties for backfill workmen until they're shown accountability. I shouldn't have to ask for an invoice that was paid already without the consent and the blessing of this board. We didn't vote that money out, but it was paid. And now for them to further do work, I want to see everything suspended by them until such time they hold themselves accountable. Other than standing here and this man talked for, what, 25, 30 minutes last week, and he got $40,000, and we saw all this paperwork with all these different engineers that came out. All we saw was hours. Nothing was itemized what they did, the scope of anything that they did. $8,500, I can come up with that. So until that time, sir, my recommendation as one person on this board to suspend their services until they show themselves more accountable.
Again, that's them would hire their own consultant.
We paid for it. Yes, it is. We paid the invoice. It has something to do with the village. We paid that invoice. That $8,500 was part of that $40,000. How do you separate the two?
All the people don't hit invoice.
We paid his invoice.
So, okay, what about the other engineers? What about the attorney that you use? You didn't ask for that, so why you checking on somebody else that he hired from his own firm?
Okay, sir. Yes, he did hire him.
He hired.
But we paid his bill.
It had nothing to do with the bill.
How come it isn't? Because we paid the money?
The engineer firm can hire whoever they want.
Sir, that's not true. I'm not going to be a part of somebody going out there hiring whoever. We don't even know who they are, what they've done, and you said that's okay. I have a problem with that. You said that's okay for them to hire. We paid the bill. Now, if they paid that $8,500 and deducted it for the $40,000, I have no problem with that. But that $40,000 included that $8,500. I don't care if they hired him or whatever they did. We still paid that bill ahead of time. That bill was not even a month old, and we paid the whole thing. But we're deferring everybody else's bill that we have for, what, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. We're deferring those and giving them into payments. But we paid this bill in full without the consent of the board and without even notifying the board that we even had a bill. I had to ask for a bill. We didn't even know we had a bill. Then when I asked about the bill, it was told to us, ask the mayor. We asked you, you was told you asked them. I'm not going to keep going back and forth. Like I said, until the time that I can see some more, at least some accountability, I'm not going to be part of paying anything to backstep Booker.
Mr. Mayor, I think trustees realize the mayor's been used to hiding stuff in your paperwork for the last 9 years. The problem is he didn't have a board like this one that's overlooking everything he's doing.
That should be the same thing with your water bill. You're not paying your water bill.
You're lying again, Mr. Mayor. It's
Mr. Mayor, Trustee Williams asked that that Overson and Sturts, the law firm that you terminated, and the clerk will drop something. Is she going to pay
your taxes, was it?
Is she going to pay because since Overson and Sturts is no longer with the law firm, and for her to ask them to draw up anything, and if they charge the village taxpayers any money, we want to make sure that she paid for it and not the village taxpayers. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, we need to make sure that Mr. Mohan, the finance director, has been given instructions not to pay anybody or any firm without your approval to make sure that it will not cost the village taxpayers more money. And I'm kind of confused, Mr. Mayor, because
Yeah, we want to trust the mayor. We want to trust him. Okay.
also, Mr. Mayor, the board is questioning what happened with the village attorney, with the village manager in Baxter Woodland. Okay? Now, in court 3 weeks ago, we had Orson Sturgis suing the village with 4 to 5 different attorneys in court. Who paid for all of them? Do the taxpayers pay for all of them or not? They should not be paid for that. Mr. Mayor, it doesn't take 5 attorneys or 4 attorneys to handle a case, and they were there. It makes no sense. But once again, Mr. Mayor, we need to make sure that the finance director and the village clerk has no business signing any checks at all. And to my knowledge, there's a letter going out or a motion going out, going to try to come out to ask her to be signing paychecks. That would be signing the whole village totally away we did that. That cannot happen. So I would like to make sure that the finance director, Mr. Mohan, does not sign any check, or whoever else signs checks will not sign without your approval.
Question.
I asked a couple weeks ago for clarification of exactly of the hiring and firing process of our appointed officials, which would include our law firms. I don't care, at this point, we've got maybe 3, 4, 5 attorneys in the audience. If you're an attorney in the audience, or on this board up here, and you would like to submit to the people who are unaware, including the audience members, of the state statutes of who can appoint, who can approve, and who can terminate services, and then the definition of those 3 items, please feel free to do so. Because I think what we've talked about multiple times is the mayor has the right to appoint.
Consent approval of the board.
The consent and approval of the board is when appropriations happen. Once the board approves, that said appointed official then gets paid. Once that happens, they become the village attorney, the village engineer, the village dog catcher. Once those things happen, the only time they can be removed is if the board approves that removal. If that's not clear, I encourage anybody to research that. If anybody has any other information, I encourage it to be provided. But I think it's important that all of the attorneys in this audience, because apparently we don't have a village attorney, we've got, oh, this is my attorney and this is my attorney. Whoever's an attorney who's got a law degree, please provide information to this board, because it's not clear. And it may be helpful to some people who don't understand how that process works. But that being said, number 3, we move on.
Okay, let's move to reports of the trustees and the board committees. Parks and Recreation Committee, Trustee Chavez, we just got his letter stating that he's no longer a trustee of the village. So we will be appointing someone to that position.
Did you say
So
we?
the Housing Committee.
Mr. Mayor, did you say we?
Housing Commission, Trustee Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just let the residents know the Housing Authority members will be attending a SSMA a Housing Initiatives Workshop meeting on Thursday at 9 o'clock. So interesting, see what kind of information we bring back from that. And now at this time during my report, I yield the floor to Mr. McGrath to give us an update. It's under my report. I have the right to yield. You do not have the right to take the floor, Mr. Mayor. Here's Robert's rule of order. I yield the floor to Mr. McGrath. Mr. Mayor, you are out of order. Mr. Mayor, stop hitting the gavel. Mr. Mayor, it is my Mayor, you are not the dictator of this town. You do not have the right to say who can talk and who cannot. I have yielded the floor to the village attorney, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Graff, you have anything to say? Or any updates to the floor? Mr. Mayor, I have the right. No, Mr. Mayor, we are not going to take the floor. I have yielded the floor to the village attorney. Mr. Mayor, you are out of order. Mr. Mayor, you are out of order. Stop banging that gavel, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, stop banging that gavel.
You want to finish your report?
Mr. Mayor, my report, I am yielding the floor to Mr. McGrath, Attorney McGrath, as part of my report. As part of my report, I yield the floor to Mr. Attorney McGrath. Mr. Mayor, you do not have the right. It is my opportunity to do what I want to do in my report. You are out of order talking underneath my report, Mr. Mayor. I am asking you respectfully to shut your mouth. I take that gavel. Okay, that really sounds good. You're being naked. I already asked you respectfully. My report. I am finishing my report. Mr. McGrath, Attorney McGrath, please give us an update. Thank you. Part of my, just for the record, just for the record, make sure that it's part of the record that the mayor had interrupted my report, allowing my report to continue with the banging of the gavel, even after requesting that he would stop. I'm also asking that since the mayor is unable to keep the quorum, the mayor is unable to follow Robert's Rule of Order, and the fact that he tried to take the floor away from me and who I yield the floor to, I'm asking to find out what we can do due to the fact that the mayor is unruly at these meetings. He invites the residents and continues to make it so that the residents are unable to hear. And again, he's unable to keep the quorum. So I'm asking that the village attorneys look into what we can do about the mayor's inability and refusal to follow the Robert's Rule of Order.
What about you?
Okay, let's move on to the ordinance review. Trustee Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple items. Our committee reviewed the two signs ordinance. One was the commercial sign, requesting the village clerk put me on the agenda for next week one more time, so we're going to go through the commercial sign. That's the ordinance that will allow the village to collect revenue from the large signs along the 394 corridor that's in our village. The other one, Mr. Mayor, I believe it came from you to review and bring us in compliance with the state law about the political signs. Also, I would like the village clerk to put me on the agenda where we're going to review that one more time where we get that passed. At the present time, we are not in compliance with the law of the political signs. However, we have drafted the ordinance, and the ordinance is almost working from the statute. Along with that, there's a couple other things. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to follow up on one thing that on these ordinances, I had several times I heard a trustee say that they're not true, they're not right, they're wrong, and so forth. When they come back to us, they're come back and they are reviewed by an attorney and handed back to us, and then goes in front of our board. Then we rule on take it from the review and we give it to the trustees and you, Mr. Mayor, and for a final review and it gets voted on. So I wish if the trustee has that complaint, and I will challenge him to prove it and bring it forth to me, and then we'll take it to that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Question. Are you saying that before it becomes an ordinance, to go to the committee first and for discussion?
The ordinance, and I believe it was set up by you several times, Mr. Mayor, that any ordinance that we have other than the ones that have financing involved in it, that you will review and send it on to the attorneys. But before we get it back, the attorney will look at it and review it, and then they bring it to my committee. My committee will look at it and give a opinion on it, and then we'll give it to the board for their overall opinion.
That's my question is, before it becomes an ordinance, it started out with the public order committee. That's what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that we will review all ordinances handed to us, and then we turn it over to the trustees for their review. It's been stated that we take the ordinance and change it. We do not change the ordinance when it comes back from an attorney, and after the attorney look at it, we turn it over to this board and you, Mr. Mayor, for review.
So all ordinance, before it becomes an ordinance, started with the committee, at a committee meeting, that's what I'm asking.
All ordinance has to go through the committee meeting. That's, again, that's a rule that you set down from day one. We'll review, look at, bring it up into a committee meeting, discuss it. All ordinance, and then the board will decide if they want to go ahead and put it on the agenda. These two have been through the review several times, and we want to put it in front of the board one more time for review and get it finalized where we present it to the board for approval.
All right, I guess the reason I kept asking you for clarification is that tonight, we got an ordinance here that the board approved and passed, never did go to the committee meeting. We have an ordinance here, a motion to approve an ordinance eliminating the chief of police position beginning November 1st. We never discussed it.
All right, I want to bring a couple of points to you.
That's why I'm asking.
Mr. Mayor.
Is it supposed to go to a committee meeting first?
Mr. Mayor, I have, well, I have the floor too.
But you yield your floor to me.
I have not yielded the floor.
Sir.
You asked me the question, I answered your question. At no time did I yield the floor to you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'll also have in front of me, let's see, we have a loan program that you guys looked at and approved away from us. You have an easement site management that never came in front of us. You have ordinance that involve the borrowing money and public works never came forward. So, what's your point?
We discussed those, all of these. They've been on the agenda.
We discussed it at the committee meeting, that's
We
correct.
discussed these at the committee meeting. We discussed it a number of times. It's been on the committee. This is like the third time we've had it on the agenda to pass. So we discussed it.
Which one you prefer?
The only one that we talked about there. We discussed those. That's why we on the committee to pass.
I just got the one tonight, so how the heck do we have that committee meeting?
All of those, what you got on this to pass tonight. Tonight, let me talk about.
The ones that we passed tonight was in the committee.
In the committee meeting, we've been having on the agenda and everything.
Mayor?
That's why we have on the committee, on the agenda tonight.
It went to committee last week, the ones on the agenda tonight, have been through committee, that's correct.
Absolutely. So, but I'm saying that this one right here, and the one that you got later on, never did go through a committee meeting. That's a prime example of what this board does all the time. They just make up that law that they go on. We know that they go through no committee meeting. And then go when I was at the committee meeting.
Talk about the budget here. Talk about the budget here.
It's
So what's
talked
the-
about
Not talking
survey.
about this on budget here.
Yes, sir, it was.
We had finished up the meeting.
Yes, sir, we had it. Go back and listen to
We
it.
had finished up the meeting when you even
See how
when you
fast-
ever mentioned
The mayor
it,
can
when
see
you
fences
mentioned
as soon as
it,
it starts to
the
lie.
meeting was finished.
So the mayor
We
is
had
very
not
offensive.
discussed it, we had not discussed it at all, and you know,
So you're not
this was
telling
not
the truth.
discussed,
So you're not telling
and
the
the
truth.
other
You're
one,
offensive.
you have another one here that was not discussed. You got, and that's what the board does all the time. They come up with these 5 votes, they change it, the laws of this village, ordinance of this village, as they go along. Okay, let's go to economic development, trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to ask, there was a open house last Monday. Not yesterday, Monday before, a week ago, at WinPAC. I happened to find out about it Wednesday. Why wasn't the board or the administration informed? I'm asking you, sir, because you were there.
You saying you didn't get an invite?
No, sir.
I don't know who got the invite.
You got one.
Invite.
Okay.
I don't know whether you guys didn't get an invite.
So you didn't ask, when you got your invite, you didn't ask the board?
No.
Okay.
I got my invite to come. I didn't know whether you got an invite and just decided not to come.
Did any of your
They invited me.
Did any of your department heads, did your police chief show up?
I got my invite.
Did the police chief show up?
We have a ribbon cutting ceremony for the new WinPAC.
Did the police
They
chief?
invited me. I know they invited everybody. I did not make the agenda.
Did the police chief?
All I know, I got my invitation.
Did the police chief or the village manager show up?
That's all I got to say. I got my invitation.
So you got yours.
If they didn't,
So therefore,
they didn't invite you up here and they didn't want you to be there.
yeah, now you're right. They didn't. I mean, the reason because I asked them.
I don't know.
I asked.
I don't know who.
You go ahead.
I don't know who got they invited. All that.
I'll
I got the email to be there. That's what
I talked to Mr. Foster.
Later on.
I talked to Joe Foster, which is the plant manager. I talked to the president of WinPAC, and he told me that he sent a letter to the village to be passed out to the village trustees and officials. That's what.
I got mine through an email.
Okay. So therefore, it was supposed to have been passed out. I don't know who received it, but I know I wasn't there. I don't know about any of the other trustees, any other department heads other than the police chief and the village manager. So I guess it stopped right there. But anyway, there was a grand opening, and you chose not to inform us, but fine. This was not the first time that you've done something to do that, but I was just wondering why you wouldn't include the rest of the village. This is not just your village. This is the village of all the people. Everyone here pays your salary, including myself. So this is the taxpayers. You should at least let the rest of the board know, but you chose not to, but that's here nor there. I just wanted to know, did you get an invitation? And if you did, you didn't pass it on. Okay. Second thing, businesses here in the village. The businesses in the village are kind of disappointed in things that are going on with the owners. I've asked them to, can we sit down and have a meeting, especially in tip number 1 over here in Fairway. They're kind of disgruntled. We need to sit down as a village and see what we can do with the owners of that particular tip to see if we can help the businesses out with negotiations, trying to talk to them, because right now it's falling on deaf ears and they need some help from the village. Because they're being squeezed for every little dime and every little penny out, and they've been there for quite a while. I'm talking about the businesses that have been here for a while. They need help in talking to the owners, and I assure them that we can come some kind of agreement to sit down with the owners. I'm asking you, would you be willing to be part of that?
Yes, sir. Have you gotten a date yet?
No, I haven't gotten a date yet. I just asked first, would you be willing to be part of it? Okay, because we need that, because right now we're losing businesses like water, and we need to stop that. Well, but you knew what I meant, though, didn't you? Okay. So, and also, the last thing, sir, we talked about the attorneys. We talked about reinstating them. I do have something I'd like to pass out to the trustees. I don't have to read it. Let them read it. I'd like to enter it in with the village clerk. A letter stating the reinstatement that we did We do have, and I'm sure your attorneys are right here, have the right to reinstate them as village, as attorneys for the village, and you may have the right to have attorneys for your decision making, which is something that you had talked about before, that you wanted, that since they're giving you such bad advice, that you may want to have an attorney for your decision making, to make sure that you advise correctly. But we still need attorneys for this village, and the board is part of this village, and we still need an attorney, because as I stated before, I know nothing about this law firm that you're bringing in, which I didn't know anything about the other ones until you brought them in, but you did have the courtesy to present them to the board before you did that. This one, you did not do that. So we still have to move the village forward. This attorney group has been involved in the water. They've been involved in a lot of other litigation in regards to lawsuits and things like that. And to get rid of them now will put us way, way behind, number one. Number two, I feel these attorneys are doing a great job for the village. I feel that the money that we spent on their litigation, the money that we spent paying them was a direct conflict. Okay, go ahead. The money we spent with this law group was incumbent upon us as a board and as you as the mayor. Every time we made a motion, every time we made a suggestion, we went to court. The courts made the money and the attorneys made the money. We said that in the beginning. You adamantly said, I'm going to sue. We'll see you in court next week. We'll see you in court tomorrow. We've been to court several times. Several times. Yes, it costs money. Because you didn't want to go along with what we had talked about. At first you said, I'm going to try to work for the village, but then if this law firm doesn't conform to you, then you get rid of it. Or you want to get rid of it, or you want to sue the village, but this law firm in no way sued this village. They did never sue the village. They acted as legal counsel to the board when we were being sued by yourself and by the village manager. They act as legal counsel. So you took it upon yourself to cost us money along, and I'll say it again, along with us. You cost a lot of money back and forth because we were going to court. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Question and answers are done, and I think that's number 8. Right now we're at number 3D. So it is both of our faults as far as the money is concerned. You need to own up to that. But I am not ready to get rid of this board, this law firm. We need them right now. We're going through trying times with the water. We have a lot of things that I just got through talking about as far as the air strippers. They're on board with that. We already paying someone as far as an engineering firm to take care of some things. I don't understand, but if you want to continue to keep going back, going to court, going back and forth, and didn't say that we're trying to save money, that's oxymoron. So I hope, sir, that you seek counsel from your personal lawyers. Maybe they can tell you that we need to stop this, and I've been saying this a long time. We need to stop this, but the people that are paying and the taxpayer are paying for this, just like we pay for everything else. Whatever decision is made, we have to pay for it, good or bad. Yes.
So there's no misunderstanding about what you said there. If you want to have a draft to represent the board, so well. But the attorneys that I have presented tonight will be representing the village. You guys want to have
the board is the village. The board is the village.
You want them to have represent your
the board is the
legislative part of it.
The who?
That was being presented.
The who? The who part?
You have
the who part?
Legislation part of it. Yeah.
Okay, but the legislation part is the board, sir.
So that's what you're going to have them to represent.
No, they're going to represent the village. And you can have your lawyers represent yourself if that's what you said. They're not advising you. You didn't say nothing about them advising the board. You said they weren't advising you.
I think we said that once. I said that once before. You're not going to decide it. I'm not going to decide it. The court will decide it.
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you that there's been no attorneys presented before this board. It's not part of the agenda, so the village attorneys are still on this, sir.
Okay, let's move to the public relations. Trustee Williams.
like you're already preparing for Sauk and everything else for our winter, just like you guys always do, maintaining our streets, fixing the water mains with as little as we give you. We just want to say thank you. And it is our efforts to make sure that we do this for the rest of the departments as well, because the Public Relations Committee, as I'm sure that I speak for this board as a whole, understand that this village is not always the easiest place to work for, but yet and still, our department heads and our employees show up to work every day, and they do everything that we ask them to do, which is above and beyond. So, Kevin Weller, if you could please pass on to your department members.
Let's move to the Chicago Southland Housing Trustee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I was working with the village manager on a housing project that will help cut down on the village corporation and maybe help assist some of our homeowners with their mortgages. But now, since she was placed on leave, I have to reevaluate that project. But Mr. Mayor, let me add this to my report. Kind of confused here because the trustee just stated that Board of Ministers, this gentleman here, been doing a great job. Well, that great job is costing the taxpayers thousands of dollars. Not to mention the fact that this same law firm is being sued right now by the village of New Lenox for falsifying documents and costing the village over $130,000.
That is allegations. That's allegations. Why are we allowing that, Mayor? That's allegations. Look up there, Bill. Are we going to allow slander to be brought? Are we going to allow that? Because that's the allegation. I bet I can talk long you can hear. Go. Hey, go ahead. I just want to know, sir, are we going to allow someone to, are we going to allow that?
Hold on, and you finish.
I'm not going to sit there and slander somebody, sir. This is a little, why don't you sit there and do a slander like that? Why? You don't allow that to happen?
They are being sued for falsifying statements, allowing a young man, the mayor of New Lenox.
That's
completely not true.
That's, sir.
Sometimes, all I can say.
We're not going there already. We're not going what's in the sometimes already. Are we going by what's in the sometimes? Are we going by what's in the sometimes? I know we're not going by what's in the paper. But we have a problem with that. That's why, so that's why I do this all tonight, sir. That should not be allowed.
Trustee, you'll be able
way. The attorney just told me I had the wrong village. What village was it? Chicago Ridge is suing the law firm because they allowed the gentleman who is now the lieutenant mayor to receive over $130,000 in retirement money which he should not have gotten. They falsified statements.
I hope that you, since you allowed that to happen, since you allowed that to happen, I hope you will allow the next, I hope that you will allow the next one. Mr. Mayor, your attorneys are here. If you said you have paid $30,000, is this okay? And you should ask your trustee, is it okay to allow this person to say that? And that's a difference between the parents and the public. Your attorney right there.
I need a motion to recess for 10 minutes. During the next meeting, to keep the quorum. I need a motion. I have a motion to recess for 10 minutes.
Motion to hear that.
Please call roll. Call roll.
Benson. Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hayes.
Yes.
Myers. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're recessing for 10 minutes since the mayor is unable to keep the quorum.
The reason why they are trying to reset everything, I want you to hear what's going on with this law firm. They are being sued. They are being sued. Chicago, we have to want to say,
Who's keeping track of this?
Yeah, I know you did.
Oh, really? Because he doesn't. Hi, how are you? Have you made up your mind? Tell me seriously.
I'm in front of the camera. I can't speak right now. Sir, can you help me here?
Hey, it'll be on TV. I'll talk to you.
Mr. Mayor, earlier, it was brought, we looked at everybody come in and said, I don't have to hear what I have to say. Earlier, it was brought to the attention of the public by Hanks that something that was occurring in your case of employment, and he raised up a piece of paper. Well, now I'm raising up my piece of paper. All this in the Stutz malpractice lawsuits being filed against them by Chicago Sun-Times. The reason why I said New Lenox because it involves the New Lenox mayor. Those in the Stutz, this gentleman here, represent them, confirm exactly what I was saying by saying I had the wrong village. I wanted him to say that, he confirmed it, and now, that you know, the village at Chicago Ridge is suing him. Now, he wants to go sue me, you can't sue facts, go ahead and sue me. I love it. It's the case. So, why would we want to keep a law firm that has been reckless in their practice already and continue to be reckless? They need to be removed. If they're not removed, it's going to cost the village much money because they're up here, and I know for a fact they will be building the village. Since they are removed, we should not pay them. As I said earlier, we should redirect the finance director and whoever else sign checks not to sign anything without your permission. Mr. Mayor, I need to ask Kevin Willer a question. I'm sorry, Kevin Willer, I apologize. Jim Cerny, do you have anything to do with the registers? I'm sorry, air strippers. Do you have anything with the air strippers?
Do I have anything to do with the air strippers?
Do Robinson Engineering have anything to do with the air strippers right now?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Yes or no? Are you having any input on the reconnect or anything to do with the air strippers? Yes or no? Simple question.
No, I don't understand.
So I understand?
I don't understand your question.
What part of what you understand? Do you have anything to do with Robinson Engineering, have anything to do, sir, with the air strippers being connected, disconnected, whatever the case may be, building a housing for, the housing company, do you have anything to do with that?
No, since I haven't received any information about that. No, we have nothing to do with it.
Mr. Mayor, would Robinson Engineering be receiving any type of instructions, on assistant Baxter and Woodman. I thought that Baxter and Woodman was the one who was the engineering firm who was taking care of the air strippers. But I hear that Trustee Burgess is trying to ask Rockland Engineering for their input. I need to know what's going to take place because we don't need to pay 2 engineering firms to take care of the air strippers. And if that's the case, we only need 1. If we have 2, again, you're going to cost the village taxpayers more money. And my job is to prevent that. So we only need 1. And since they voted on Baxter and Woodland some weeks ago to bring in the air strippers, I don't understand why they're trying to get rid of them now. I don't understand it, but they are. They are confusing in everything that they do. Now they want to take over the village.
Wow. That's
Did you report?
Ma'am,
It's not a report.
it's not your job, like
Oh, yes.
Because the mayor's not going to do it.
And we given out awards for everybody. As you said last week, Mr. Mayor, when someone asked about, when the awards was given out, and someone asked about me not being mentioned, I didn't have to be mentioned, but he had a point. But now, you did state that it was our job as trustees to support the village in any way possible.
How about that illegal meeting you had?
After the awards were given out, I found out that Trustee Myers received $175 for delivering water. If Myers received $175 for delivering water, I would like to know why, if that's a part of our job in a crisis. Why would he reimburse? Although no other trustee did anything, but why was he reimbursed in delivering water when that was a part of his duty to assist the public when there is a crisis without being paid?
Mr. Mayor.
hold up.
Oh, you can't answer that.
Are you finished?
I'm not
You can't answer that.
I just want to make sure you're finished.
That's a report.
Mr. Benson, did you receive anything at all for deliverance work?
The only thing I received was happiness from the citizens.
That's a BS, you know that? I'm going to allow you to receive gas and you receive additional revenue for a good while you had.
I did what?
Mr. Benson, will you answer a question? Mr. Benson, would you let me answer a question?
He said you got paid. That's what he said.
You'll be able to come back.
Mr. Benson,
You'll look forward to him.
You got paid.
Let him finish up.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, trustee.
All right. I came down here, I was in response to the fire department, that I came down here, and the village manager informed the department heads that anybody who worked or a part-time person, they would receive whatever they get. I'm assistant chief, I get $12.50 per call. And that's the way I earned that. If the chief put me on line, I got it. Did the manager okay to pay out? I paid out. Did I ask for it? No, I didn't. And that's the bottom line. I mean, I know for a fact that a lot of other people out there received gas cards. And matter of fact, you said that last week in one of your loose lip comments that you said that there was people got payout for gas to going delivering water and stuff like that. So if people got gas and then the public works people got paid. So what is your problem? You want to come on down and pick on that for a while? Come on down and pick on me. I have no problem. I got big shoulders. Looks like a lot bigger than yours, but I have no problem with it. Come on down. Go ahead.
Hold on. Are you finished?
No, I have no idea what the trustee Myers is lied about. Come out and listen us, there you go. But I didn't mention about no money or six, no nothing.
You just mentioned $125. Well, tell the truth. He just mentioned $125.
Mr. Mayor, get paid. The public knows what's going on, so I'm done.
I just want to verify where we are in the agenda. I thought we were at yes, and I'm not sure what, any questions regarding payment of water for employee has anything to do with the Chicago Southland Housing and Community Development Collaborative. Can we please take a test? All this conversation can happen at 8. Miscellaneous business, comments from the trustees. Whatever you guys want to talk about, that's a perfect place for it. We are not talking about committee items only. Trustee Benson has nothing else to say regarding Chicago Southland Housing and Community Development Collaborative. I respectfully ask that we go to item number 4, as it's 9:15, and we're only on item number 4.
Trustee Benson, you finish?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Trustee Williams, you don't tell me nothing what to do with this.
You won't gamble that, though.
Stay in your place.
Other than that,
Where's your
Mr.
place?
Mayor, that shows my report.
Where does he think her place is? Why? Have me in my head. Please.
That's out of order.
Can we move on? Because this, I've been respected 4 times tonight. Maybe number 5, I'll step down to that level, start disrespecting people, but let's hope we don't get there. Only thing I've been doing tonight is trying to stay on task. All I was asking, I wasn't trying to tell anybody what to do. I wasn't trying to know my place because I'm 30 years old, nobody's been ever put me in my place.
You know your place?
So I'm not sure where that place is, but I'm asking that this entire board meeting, our place right now is number 4. And oh look, we have a police chief in the building. Perfect time for a report. Can we please go to item number 4?
Mr. Mayor, that shows my report.
Let's go to the reports of the departments, committees, and commission. Police Department Chief Fox.
At this time, I'd like to mayor and board, what the police department is, we have 786 calls for service.
Microphone.
Thank you.
Yeah, just
You able to hear me now? We have 786 calls for service, Mayor. And
I sent an email to Mr. Potts and to also Mr. Sturk last week regarding an item that we discussed at the committee meeting last week regarding the grant. And I know that you received it. You didn't reply back to me, but I know you replied back to the law firm. So I just had a question. Is there going to be a report regarding those grant funds? Because I know Mr. Mohan reported that there were 2 grants that needed to be utilized or else we were going to lose
what's called a step grant that's supposed to be managed and maintained by the police department.
The step grant, and for what?
It is from IDOT. Yeah, and probably you know better than me.
You talk about the step grant as related to the traffic detail stops and all those?
That's right.
None of that money is paid out. That way the step grant works on that is that when we conduct the roadside safety check, those numbers are turned into the state police, and any overtime that we spend on those numbers, they reimburse us. We haven't had any overtime on those grant details at this time.
That's why I was asking, we still had the eligibility for $11,000 to utilize those funds. Those funds had to be submitted through details that happened before the 31st of this month. And that's what I asked Mr. Mohan at the committee meeting. He wasn't able to give me that information. He talked about the tobacco grant as well, and he referred me to you. I then emailed the attorney, or emailed you and included the attorney on that, and asked for more information. You did not reply back to me, but you replied back to the attorney. On Saturday, when I asked Mr. Mohan about it, he stated that he spoke incorrectly and the tobacco grant was in fact fulfilled. I'm asking, do we have any plans? And I'm not asking for specifics, I'm not asking for days and times, and I'm not asking for sensitive information. What I'm asking is, do we have plans to utilize those funds by doing traffic stops, by doing random seatbelt checks, village sticker checks, things like that we've done in the past, to utilize those funds? Because those funds can be used for personnel where we wouldn't have to pay for them. It's free money out there for these traffic things. Do we have any plans on using those by the 31st of this month, by the 30th of this month?
You don't have to lose that money by the 30th of this month. The way roadside safety checks go, we have those all the way up until New Year's Eve for this year. And once you, how they get in, how they work, trustee, that's not based upon the village stickers and all that. I correspond with Sergeant R. Jackson from the Cook County Sheriff's Police, and we see what days they have to set up roadside safety checks, where we're going to do seat belts, DUIs, along those lines. Once the Sheriff Department gives me the dates that we have, then we'll put those projected dates out there. Sometimes we work those in correspondence with the neighboring police departments, and whatever the case may be. But we run those details. Those details are based upon our guys signing up for those details, because if they don't sign up for them, then we can't run them, because it's a volunteer. It's not a mandatory thing. And no money is expended until we work the details and turn those back into the state. So that's, you're asking for money to be utilized, we have to have a personnel to work, they have to volunteer. Okay.
We had the date, we were given the date that it had to be done by the end of this month. We were just told that it's not. Can you please verify that? I know that you said that you spoke to the grants and that was the dates that you said. You just sent an email to the board that you have researched it to know, because if we're going to lose out on $11,000 that we could have utilized, I'd like to know about it. And if in fact you find that what was just stated is in fact correct, that we have until the end of the year, I think the board needs to know that as well.
Okay, I'll make sure that you get back with the board with further information.
Let me clarify for you and for the board. Grant money, when it works for any of the details around the traffic details, it's not money that we lose out on. What it is when our staff works those details, we then turn in all of our stats along with our overtime for that detail to the state police. They in turn, Illinois State Police Department, in turn reimburses our department for any overtime that we spent on those details. So it's not like we have a set of funds out there that we have not spent and we're losing. If we run those details, then we get that money reimbursed to our department. That's how, so there's no loss of funds, so I can clarify. I understand the trustee doesn't have an idea of where she's going with it, so I'm going to clarify so you know what I'm saying when I say that.
Just for clarification, sir, I know exactly where I'm going with it. It's not that I don't understand. What I understand is that we have overtime in the police department all day, every day. You guys have sufficiently cut it down, as we applauded you for on Saturday. You guys did a great job. For the police officers that are in this building right now, you guys did a great job of overtime for this last fiscal year. However, we still have over $120,000
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. And, Mayor, so you're apples and oranges here, trustee. Any overtime that we have in the police department, the details that we are ran are specifically for the roadside safety check. It has nothing to do with our, whatever the $120,000 that we have in overtime, trustee, as you just spoke of, is because we are down 5 officers for duty units, okay? So that has, the roadside safety checks have nothing to do at all with whatever dollars we spend. So again, Mr. Mayor, that's wrong. The thought process, you have those apples and oranges there as it relates with the $120,000 of overtime.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Mohan, you and I talked about this on Saturday with the board. We talked about this last Tuesday. We talked about the fact that there have not been any of these stuff that we could have this stuff. If you could please get back to me, either with working with Mr. Fox or whatever other governmental agency that you have to let us know that if we conducted these traffic stops, if we were able to take advantage of the grant money that we were offered or not. Because apparently we're too busy trying to apples and oranges and not instead of listening and trying to explain because trustees don't need information. So if you can please provide that information, that would be great. And I just want to make it clear, I understand that problems with the police department. I understand even if you got a little switch that we have problems and the difference between the overtime and the money that we could get. But clearly, we're not speaking the same language. So if we could please just give that information, I would like to do.
Sure.
Let me be clear on this then, Chief. You're saying that you're 5 officers down, yet you was able to reduce the overtime by $120,000?
I can't hear, I'm sorry, Chief.
Actually, overtime by the department is budgeted at $161,000. But we normally spend up to almost $400,000 of overtime in the department. So when we're able to, in this one fiscal year, the overtime was down to 121. I believe, is that correct, Mr. Mohan?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Excuse me, Mayor, I don't have the information. I'm not sure right now. I do not have the information on my hand.
You ran with the budget up here, you know it was down 120. $120,000. That's what it was on the budget.
Well, I don't know the exact, but I know it's somewhere between 120 and 121. So that means that we budgeted 161. So in actual, we saved somewhere about $40,000. So it's close to $40,000 on that 161. But that's not to mention that we normally run close to $400,000. So we normally go over that 160 by a huge amount. So we not only did we stay under the 160, we did not go to the almost $400,000. So it's somewhere around about $240,000 savings.
Mr. Mayor.
Let me ask you one other thing. On your effort, we are now able to get some cars through your effort.
So, Mayor, these efforts aren't just on my part. I must, without question, the police department, we work together. And the sheriff's department, the Cook County Sheriff's Police Department, along with Illinois State Police, have, from the beginning, day one, we set up what we got teams coming through town on different times for the last 10 months now. They're helping reduce the crime activity in our town. We made vital arrests, and it's really slowed down a lot of activity here and made some people go different directions. So this has been a collaborative between our department and outside agencies that bring the services to help reduce the crime activity and criminal element in our community. And I could not do this without their help and without the local guys around us. So this is a team effort. And I believe when I spoke about these developments when I first started, there was a lot of mixed emotions among the board members about having the state police in town. But what the results are very good. And it's also been just a great thing when you work together with your local law enforcement.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Trustee Burgess.
I appreciate what you just got to say, Chief Fox, but you said work with your what's wrong with working with the board? That's the first thing, because you don't let us know anything as far as the cars are concerned. You gave a report that didn't have that in there. The mayor just mentioned the cars. I don't know what the full scope of that, but I'd like to ask a couple of questions. The first one, you made a statement that you had 786 calls of service. What's the time period?
From 9/11 to 9/25.
Okay, and second, are you aware that numerous amount of your village vehicle police cars that are in service do not have a current village sticker?
Squad cars never had to have those stickers.
Who said that?
I've never had a squad car have those stickers.
Where, from here in Sauk Village they do.
Well,
I don't know about what other town, but yes they do. How can you enforce a village sticker ordinance if your car doesn't have one?
Chief, let me ask you to answer that. Do the squad car that's in your fleet now, do they have old city stickers on it?
No, they do not.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have last year's. There's a couple of them that have 2010. This is 2012. They have 2010. They don't have a 2011. That's why I asked the question. You almost sit here and sugarcoat stuff. There are cars out there that if you walk out there right now, you will see 2010 and 2011. That's why I asked the question. You said that he's never done that, but then why do we have to wonder? How can you enforce an ordinance? How can you enforce an ordinance that's good for one but not good for another? I mean, if you're gonna sit here and be part of an example, which you're supposed to be as far as the law enforcement, and you're not complying, how do you expect somebody else to comply that's here taking the tax? You're giving a ticket to a person because they don't have a village sticker, but you don't have a current one on the vehicle that you're driving around in the village. And no one sees a problem with that. I'm sorry. The two of you don't see a problem with that. I don't understand that. I really don't. But I just want to know, I just asked, the question I asked is why the vehicles that are in service from the police department do not have current stickers on them. And you said that you never knew that they were supposed to have that.
Okay. I said all department heads that with cars, with city vehicles, give me a report whether or not your fleet have updated the sticker.
The fire department has one? ESDA has one? Public Work has one?
I'm asking them. I didn't ask you.
So
that way you're saying it's not happening, so if the board won't get...
That was one of the reasons why I asked for a vehicle.
So I'm asking each one of the department heads to give me a report of their fleet, whether or not all your fleet that's running has the village sticker updated.
This is 5 months after the stickers.
Mr. Mayor.
5 months later, now you want to know do they have village stickers, but you still give people tickets for not having one.
Mr. Mayor.
You're here been enforcing everything. Why are you just bringing it up then?
Why am I just bringing it up?
If it's something that should have been a concern or a problem, you should have been bringing it up before now.
Mr. Mayor.
I mean, we're going to address it. Since you're bringing it up,
But you could address it before now, sir?
The chief said that...
The chief said, you the mayor.
What I'm saying now, if there's something wrong, let's fix it. We'll fix it. I'm asking all of the departments.
That makes sense. After the fact.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask one question? With the squad cars not having village stickers, has it cost the village any revenue?
No.
It's called lead by example. That's what it's called. You can't point the finger at someone and tell them, and you're going to give them a citation, and they look at your car and you don't have one. But you think that's correct. You think that's right. Give them a ticket. Even though you don't have one, give them a ticket because they don't have one. And they live out here. You don't live out here, but they live out here. But the car that's giving them a ticket doesn't have an updated or correct village sticker. And you think that's correct?
Yeah. We're going to correct it.
The village squad cars need to have village stickers just like they have to have license plates. And Chief Does your fire equipment have current village stickers?
Yes, sir. All my stuff has got current vehicle stickers mandated by the state.
Has it?
All my vehicles have vehicle stickers.
Kevin? Agree. So that we have one department that is not following village ordinance
He's following
and
the
has vehicles that's driving around without those stickers. In fact, it's the department that is supposed to be enforcing the ordinance. And again, I think Trustee Burgess brought up a perfect point. How in the world can you pull someone over, and maybe that's why we're not seeing tickets for no village stickers, but how can you pull someone over for not having a village sticker when you yourself are not having a village sticker?
Mayor, first of all, I'm not going to go back and forth. Traffic stops are not made based upon village stickers. So second of all, if any village squad car has to have a village sticker, that's the board's wish. I don't personally not put a sticker on the car. If it's an ordinance, if Sherry sends the stickers over there, I have no problem with the stickers being put on the car. I received any stickers from the village board to put on any squad car. I don't have a problem with the cars having stickers. I have seen now one car with a sticker since I've been here. I didn't get any from the village manager. So if I get the sticker, I have no reason not to put the sticker on the car. It's not like I'm paying for them here. So
That's why I understand why.
So I mean, I can't.
The big deal, sir, is because I can understand why you don't see a big deal. You've been the man for 3 years, and you just put a front license plate on your car this year. You just put a front license plate on your car this year. So I can understand why you don't see a big deal. I can understand that.
Somebody tell you.
The same reason you haven't had a front license plate is the reason why you don't see why there should be a problem. I can understand that. I can understand why you don't see it be a problem. You've been married for 3 years and you didn't tell me this is the first time you noticed that they didn't have little stickers on those cars. Just like you didn't see the prize over there behind Winpack. When did you notice it? When did I notice it? When I brought it to your attention. Today? No, today. No, I talking about I said the prize, sir. No, I'm talking about the sticker. The sticker, I noticed it last Friday when I was there for dinner. You been trust me on the board all the time, you just noticed it. Okay. You know, you grandstand. You have grandstand. And you take me to the way. You grandstand. I'm saying you could get extra cheap. I did ask him. You the one that interjected and said that he shouldn't have one. I asked him a question. Maybe you can answer for him. Because you asked him a question, he said he doesn't answer anything from the door, doesn't recognize the door.
Can you get...
That's his job to do that.
Can you get how many fleet that you have and with the VIN number and everything so we can get stick for each one of them. Okay. All right, let's move on to the fire department 911 commission. Chief Sauk.
This ain't working hard.
Yes.
Fire department answered 17 calls. Department answered 17.
Go ahead, sir.
No report, Lord. I'll turn mine down.
Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Board. I just had 3 items. I'll skip the rest.
First one is the permanent electrical connection for the air strippers at the water department is about 90% done. We're waiting for the ComEd connection, and for Baxter and Woburn and the other engineers to come together to make the connections for permanent electric so we can get off the generators. The air conditioning unit at the police department is back online. The compressor was put in, everything is working well at this point. And finally, storm branches, we are past the majority of the community, the north side, the east side of town, and half of the south side is complete. All the outskirts, Deer Creek, Lincoln Meadows, Carlisle, and any other locations, Harper, are all picked up. We just have the section south of 223rd Street. That ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Administrative service, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm requesting to have a special use placed on the committee meeting agenda for 10-2 for Pastor Carter, Seeds of Faith Ministry. The zoning board made a recommendation to approve the special use on September 10th. Pastor Carter would like to come in and meet the village board and answer any questions that you might have. Secondly, due to the hiring freeze and the empty position at the front window, I'm making a recommendation to have the front window closed on Wednesdays as we did in the past so we can get caught up on paperwork. We're really overloaded up there, and I have Mike helping Cindy, and it's just become overwhelming. Maybe we can talk about that at a committee meeting.
Put it on the agenda for discussion on Tuesday.
Okay, thanks. We're currently working on the shut-off list, or the water department is, and they're on the north side of town. Penalty notices were just mailed out for the residents' August bill. Residents that had a previous bill are in the process of being shut off for their June bill. So some of the residents are upset because they got shut off. They're confused about the due dates. They are actually being shut off for their June water bill payment. In order to avoid disconnect, they need to pay their bill in full, and they can contact the front office and we'll give them the amount that they need to pay. Code enforcement ticket numbers from May 29th to September 24th. We have wrote 989 tickets for glass, inoperable autos, parking on the street, various other items. And my last thing is the Jeffrey Avenue apartment that had the fire is going to be rebuilt. The architect is in the process of drawing up some plans and will submit them for review. And they're going to be required to have sprinkler systems throughout the whole building. They have cleaned up the property and removed all the trees that are growing, that were growing through it and around it. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Finance Director, Mr. Rowell.
Mr. Mayor, I have no report from that.
No report. Emergency Service and Disaster Agent, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We're done now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We answered 20 calls from 9/11 to 9/24. Everything's going just fine.
Thank you, sir. Senior Committee, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Senior Committee's free blood pressure screening, co-sponsored with the Plan Group, is scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, September 26th, from 1 to 2 p.m. We have flyers posted for future schedule. That's in the literature rack there. The book exchange was recent donation from Nancy Baker and Annabelle Swanson. We've been overwhelmed with donations, and we're only asking for paperbacks and also large print donation due to the limited spacing. The free basic computer program with our instructor, Gary Holcomb, began on September 6th, 7th, 20th, and 21st. The next class will be Thursday, October 11th at 6 p.m. and Friday, October 12th at 1 p.m. Many thanks to our committee member, Gary Holcomb, for his hours of work regarding the downloading of all programs and fixing the computer that was wiped out. Also to Gerald Pike, our village chat person, for reconnecting the internet. The Zumba Go class with instructor Bev Sterrett continues for all seniors 50 and up, regardless of residency. Tickets are available for Saturday, October 13th and 9th. Senior spaghetti dinner, $5 in advance, $6 at the door. There have been flyers posted and available in the litter track for all our activities. The Senior Committee's next meeting is on Thursday, October 11th at 5 p.m. Ceramic Group meets every Wednesday, 8 to 11:30 a.m. Sauk Village Fun Club has their free basic line dance classes for their members at 3 o'clock. Leisure Timers will meet tomorrow at 5 p.m. for their beef sandwich meal preceding their meeting. And the Sunshiners' next meeting will be Monday, October 1st at 7 p.m. Sauk Village VFW meets on the second and fourth Tuesday, 7:30. Sauk Village Bluegrass meets every Sunday at 6 p.m. The BMW Crossword meets the third Tuesday at 7:30. Many seniors are still not aware that the Senior Center have reopened. Boone Township's Wii Bowling is Thursday, September 27th. Call for appointment, and they still are handling their Illinois Yellow Dot program for first responder regarding auto accident. Their Rules of the Road Drivers course is October 9th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Their community luncheon resumes on Wednesday, October 17th at the Glenwoody Golf Club in Glenwood. Tickets are on sale at the Township, $4 for Township seniors, $8 for non-Township seniors. And it's Country Autumn is the theme with music by Jerry Vernon's band. And the deadline to purchase a ticket is the Friday before the event. Unfortunately, I'm still receiving many inquiries regarding the safety of our drinking water. I don't know what information is going out scaring the seniors. Thank you. This ends my report.
Beautification Committee, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each one of you have a written copy of the report. This is a resubmitted report from the September the 11th meeting that did not take place because of the lack of a quorum. All of you witnessed the Hootsie Awards this evening, so I need not report on that anymore. However, I'm really anxious to tell you about the Community Day of Service. If you can remember, that's when a group of people from the Living Springs Church in Glenwood come to our village, and they provide whatever services that we would wish for them to do. That Community Day of Service is Sunday, October the 21st, 2012. We thought that we would have the volunteers focus more so on the Municipal Center complex, where we're seated now, inclusive of Village Hall, the police station, and the community center. But then moving on into the community garden, it will be time to really just, put the beds away for the winter as well. So we're going to also have them go into the community garden and shut down the garden at that time as well. In terms of recruitment, we are still in need of a few new members. Please notify me if you're interested in working on that committee. We will be decorating not the entire complex as we did last year for the fall. In fact, our fall decorations are really going to only focus on the sign at 394 that's coming into the village, as well as the sign at the McDonald's area that's coming into the village from the east side. We just do not have funds that we can do all that we were able to do last year, so that's going to be our focus. That concludes that report, sir. I know, it was so pretty one day. In terms of human relations, our youth council program is moving forward. Those letters and consent forms have been sent to the students at Rickover School. They're recruiting students not as we speak, but they are recruiting students right now. We had intended to have our very first session tomorrow and the fourth Wednesday thereafter. However, we're still waiting for a couple of other youngsters to sign on, and then we will be working with them on a weekly basis. The council's focus will be on 3 specific areas, and that is education, socialization, and service. We will be working with the students from 1:30 to 2:15 each time we interact with them. However, if the youth decide that they want to do other types of programs, then if it's on a Saturday or Sunday, we will be available to assist them with that as well. There's no cost to the students unless they decide on an activity that will generate a cost, so then they will be responsible for that. In terms of our education and training, the one training that we had September the 6th was very, very successful, and I think that the trustees who attended that meeting got great value out of it, and I'm just going to appeal to them to remember some of the convictions that they made during that time in their interaction. Another session is being planned for those who were unable to attend on September the 6th. That next session will take place October the 11th at Emmanuel Christian Reformed Church. So we would invite those of you who did not have an opportunity to participate to please join us for that session, because it is very worthwhile. We had talked about the corn and hot dog roast. There are no updates on this program at the time, and we know that it will not take place September the 29th, as that's this weekend, and it conflicts with the Sunshine Concert. So I'm not certain where and how we will move forward with that, but I'll keep you updated as it comes about. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Okay. Let's move to the Police Alliance Committee. Okay. New business. New business call for approval of the account payable and disbursement for September 12th, 2012 through September 25th, 2012. Motion to approve the account payable. Need a second. Comments? Question?
Page 1. Invoice number 26018. Could someone explain that one to me?
Would you repeat it once again, trustee in the purpose? Would you repeat the question once again, please?
Okay, the question is, I think you're kind of close to your mic, so. The question is, basically, could you explain that? I see the name and everything on there, but are we paying for someone else's attorney, or what is that? What does that mean?
It is the case against the village versus attorney fees for Houston, which is approved by the village manager.
So
the bill was approved by the village manager to pay. So that's the reason I have included.
Wait a minute. Maybe I'm okay. Let me ask this. Are we paying for someone else's attorney fees? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we are.
We're paying to represent the village during this lawsuit. We're not paying for her attorney. We're paying to represent the village. She's suing the village. We have to have an attorney to represent the village.
Mr. Mohan, could I see an invoice on that?
Yes, right.
Because I want to know, because if we're paying to represent, if they're paying to represent the village, I don't know why his name would be on here, but could I see an invoice?
Sure.
I have a question, and I'd like to have that pulled until we can see some type of invoice on that particular one. That's why I asked the question. Mr. Mohan said one thing, and you said another. He said that the village attorney told him this, and you said no, it's not. So there's the discrepancy there. So I'd like to see just what it.
I will pull them.
And then also the second question: how much money do we have in the general fund to pay distribution?
In general fund we have about 501,990.85 in First Midwest Bank account. And combined Illinois funds accounts, we have 167,987.09.
That's other accounts, 167, that's other accounts, correct?
Right.
Okay. But in general fund is 501-09385.
That's right.
Question. The item number that trustee Burgess just brought up, I know we're gonna pull that invoice, but I'm confused as well. I'm not sure if we're paying for the attorney for that individual who is suing the village, or if it's the law firm that was brought on by the village manager to fight for the village.
For the village.
Okay, that was the confusion. Okay, so now, the point is that the board stated that that law firm was not to represent this village, that Olson and Stirk was gonna represent this village, and that any bills that were going to be turned in by this law firm were not going to be paid. Because when the lawsuit came across, it was very clearly at a board meeting that Olson and Stirk was our attorney dealing with litigation, and an outside law firm never should have been brought on. But that was a decision that was made by the village manager to go with this company, who was also her attorney pursuing the village. So when that came brought to our attention, that the law firm that she used to sue the village, that she then retained without village board approval to handle this case against, and I'm not going to say the resident's name, because that's appropriate, but against the person who's in this line item, we stated at that time that was not going to happen. And just to refresh everybody's memory, when we went to court a couple weeks ago, that attorney stated that he was not a part of that, and that Olson and Stirk were going to proceed with that. He said he was going to withdraw. I'm not sure that that's ever happened, but the board stated as soon as we were aware that that was not the attorney, that no funds were going to be appropriated. So this item needs to be made, and I think that a letter, if this one person, so if the rest of the board agrees that they have the same recollection as I do, that we did state that Olson and Stirk was going to go through this process with us as our attorney firm, then a letter needs to be sent to this law firm explaining why payment will not come. They were told before that we will not, I'm not sure if they were told, let me take that back. It was stated at a board meeting. Olson and Stirk was going to be our attorney firm on this case. They would not be receiving payment. I'm not sure why they submitted a bill, but I think the board needs to see a copy of that bill, and a letter needs to go out to them. But that, like I said, that's just my suggestion. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it.
Here we go again. The village trustee picked a law firm. They don't have that. They don't have that power. That lies within the mayor or the village manager. They do not have that power. Here they go again, overstepping their boundary. The law firm will get paid.
Really?
Really? They'll cut the check and sign it probably and pay them.
Just to make sure that we're all on the same page, I know I've had to explain this multiple times. Once the mayor appoints a law firm as a village attorney, and the board approves it, and appropriations start for said law firm, no other law firm can take that place unless the first law firm is removed. Until Olson and Stirk is removed properly, which requires a vote of this board to remove them, they remain as village attorneys. Mayor cannot fill positions that are not empty. You cannot appoint random law firms to do random things when we already have a village attorney. And I'm going to state, and I know that we're coming to new business on this, but this board, so far you've had 3 trustees bring this up. I'm not sure how any other trustees can speak to this, but if the majority of the board, via right now or via email, explain that this needs to be removed and not paid, and there's a check request for this, and there's a check that goes out, an email needs to go to the board, because that is misappropriation of funds. The only people who can appropriate funds is a majority of the board. I know that. Everybody up here should know that. Contingency checks are not written for $2,400. They cannot be written at that amount, so it cannot come out of the contingency fund. It is something that has to be on accounts payable and something that is approved. And you have 3 trustees that are saying this board needs to take action. Not only with the person who authorized it, who's currently on leave, not only with the mayor, who's saying they will get paid, but with whoever signs that check, whether that's the treasurer, which I'm assuming she doesn't sign checks, that's the last time I heard, she has that ability, whether it's the finance director, or whether it's the village clerk. If anybody signs that check and it goes out this door, the village board needs to know about it, action will be taken.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Hayes.
I agree. This should not be paid. The village board has already talked about this issue. We made it very clear that we're not paying this attorney. This attorney was brought on without village board approval. It was never brought before this village board. They did appear in court. They withdrew themselves from the case. And again, I think there's questions about how they were brought on. And the mayor or the village manager do not have the right to bring on any attorneys without first consenting to the board. They need the consent and approval of the village board, because the village board is the one who approves the money going out. The mayor does not approve it. He doesn't have the right to bring on anyone and promise them any money without coming from this village board first. So I think it's been made very clear that this company is not to be paid, this firm is not to be paid. And again, the board is the body up here that approves the accounts payable. And we're the ones that says if it gets paid or if it does not. So this is to be removed.
Mr. Mayor, last week I received the last accounts payable that went through the board. There were 2 bonds I asked to be removed from the accounts payable because one represented a fire truck whereby we received grant money, and the grant money was mysteriously missing. And that bond that this board sold was the tax of citizens to pay for money that was either misused or stolen. Whichever which one, we don't know yet because we haven't done investigation. The second bond was for this village building. It was not supposed to be paid for by taxpayers, but again, this board sold a bond to pay for something that, to cause the taxpayers to pay for something that was not supposed to be paid by them. And also, it was a $47,000 bill that was presented by Overseer Sturz to be taken off, and the board agreed to take it off. But the next day, I received an email where the board instructed Mohan to pay it. I want to know, Mr. Mohan, was that bill paid?
Well, the board of trustees.
So it was removed. It was removed Tuesday.
Yes, it was
from accounts payable. So there was a problem with it. Then they turned around and ordered you to pay that.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
When the mayor, did you get the order from the mayor?
No.
Then why would you pay it?
Because the board said
work for the board? Who do you work for?
Collectively for the board as well as from the mayor.
Mr. Mohan, when it comes to accounts payable and paying our bills, all orders for payment is finalized by the mayor.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It was taken off the accounts payable for investigation.
He's crazy.
Mr. Mohan, it was taken off. It was taken off for investigation. And you went on and paid it anyway before we can even investigate. You gotta be very careful, Mr. Mohan.
Mr. Mohan, is it
Are you threatening Mohan?
There was money stolen or misappropriated by this board, and it was supposed to be on investigation, but you went on and paid it anyway. Don't let this board get you into a lot of trouble.
Now you threatening Mohan?
Talk to the mayor before you start doing that, because it's going to come under investigation. Believe me, it is. And you will be paid. So in the future, don't let this board talk to something that you may regret later on. I'm trying to protect you here.
This guy is too busy trying to put focus on everything else and he's protecting himself.
I see another bill here with an invoice date of 7/11/12 and 9/9/12. $24,567.85 for Board Center Sturts, $47,084.53. Is that a new bill? Outside of the last we just paid?
Yes, it's a new bill.
Okay, so you pay them again. Mr. Mayor, I suggest that, I don't know this part of Sumner Village is a conflict in my opinion, and it needs to be investigated, or it needs to be removed from the council payable. Thirdly, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at this page number 5. Robinson Engineering. I'm going to read these off so the public know. Emergency Lake Michigan Water, $6,220. IEPA project plan, $2,990. Emergency Lake Michigan Water. Did we get that? Gary. Do we have that?
Yes.
Wait a minute. We have Emergency Lake Michigan Water?
Yes.
We do?
Uh-huh.
Where's it connected to?
Something in the bottom.
Well, I'm glad you know.
We don't have that.
I'm glad.
It may be something
No.
that's submitted in work.
I know.
No, we don't have that issue anymore.
Okay, all right, then I'm hold it. And then we have the Lake Michigan Water Irrigation Application, $2,170.77.50. Then we have a comprehensive project plan, which is $3,762.50. Then we have an emergency, again, Lake Michigan Water for $5,500. And the last but not least, we have another Lake Michigan Water Allocation Application, $2,071.25. Now, my problem is this. When Robinson Engineers submitted that 3-year-old or 2-year-old application to the National Department of the Illinois National Department of Natural Resources, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, they rejected their application. So why are we paying them for an application that was rejected? It was no good. They told us to come back and resubmit another one in 6 months. Now we paying, I see 2 applications here. Lake Michigan Water application for $2,000 plus, and another Lake Michigan application for $2,100. Mr. Mayor, why are we paying them for something that we do not have yet? Lake Michigan Water may not be here for a while. IEPA project plan, if the natural resources reject that application, they probably reject their plan. They did. So why are we paying them this money at all? Are we going to pay them to submit another application? Because the first one was no good.
The invoices were approved and authorized by the village manager, and I asked Mike Bartley to key in all the information into the AP system.
Whatever, I don't understand this anymore. But the bottom line is, we don't have Michigan Water. We paying them all this money for rejected application, rejected plans, yet we still got to pay them. Mr. Mayor, I want these removed from the council payable until we get a respectable engineering firm and an expert engineering firm to write the applications up so that we can get the Michigan Water. They're not going to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, on behalf of Robinson Engineering, I completely disagree with your opinion and your statement of facts, and choose not to respond further due to the unprofessional nature of your comments.
So you don't have an answer for me about these bills that your application was rejected. Do you agree that it was rejected? All of your plan, your application, it was rejected. So why are we paying you again to write another one? Or why are we paying you for this? This is both good. Mr. Mayor, I recommend this needs to be removed off of council payable.
I do have a question. Mr. Mayor, you made a statement that you were going to pay the attorney fees for. You were going to pay the $2,288 attorney fee. You said you were going to go ahead and pay that anyway, even though the board has a problem, and it was said that we weren't going to pay that. I'm just asking you.
I don't know where you get your you never heard me say that.
You just said you were not going to pay. Yes, you did.
One way or the other, if they go to court, they're going to get paid. Yeah, they're going to get paid. I didn't say I was going to pay them. They are going to get paid.
I haven't changed my motion, because there were some items. So I'm just wondering if there's anything else before I start.
I think I put it out there, but anybody got another question or comments?
I made the motion to accept accounts payable as is. We had some questions on. I'm going to repeat myself for y'all who weren't paying attention. I made the motion to accept the accounts payable as is. But since we had some concerns, I had to withdraw my motion because we had concerns. So before we over this hallelujah, understand, I'm trying to do what the Lord wants me to do. Maybe if we pay attention and listen, we'll catch on eventually. I withdraw my motion for the original accounts payable.
Who had the second?
Okay, I now make a new motion to accept the accounts payable in the amount of $359,135.92, stating that I am, because the board stated, removing item number with the invoice number 26018 in the amount of $2,288. None of the rest of the objections, I think, were valid. I think we all understand why those bills are on there. So unless there's not a second and my motion will fail, another motion would be needed. Right now, we have the motion to pay accounts payable for $359,000, or $135.92.
Second.
So, Mr. Mayor, my question is this, so the public will know, they're gonna go to pay a bill to Robinson Engineering Company for work that was rejected. Rejected applications, rejected water plants, there is no emergency connection, no pass-throughs, no nothing. But yet, y'all want to pay them for this, and you're talking about misappropriation of funds, you're looking at them right here.
If we did not pay these bills, because I'm all in favor of not paying bills until we get Lake Michigan water, but I think it was explained to us that if we don't pay the bills, we're never going to get Lake Michigan water. Yes. So if we don't pay an engineering firm to draw up the plans, if we don't continue with the process with IEPA, then we're not going to get Lake Michigan water. We have to pay for the process. And I understand that there was an issue with the 2-year-old proposal that was turned in. Part of that was because we weren't getting information from the village manager to give the route to engineering. And part of it was because, as was told to us by Robinson Engineering and Bud Mason, was the fact that ITNR turned us down because we were not even bringing in what we were paying for putting out from the water. We're still not. We are still spending more money to provide water than we are in getting it back in. That was the other part of the problem. All of those things were explained to us. If we plan on continuing the process of getting Lake Michigan water, we have to pay for it. So that's, again, why I have a vote in there for my motion. There was a second. We have a motion and a second. We need a vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'm clear that the board do not matter if it's going to overly price the taxpayers for something they not get. I'm kind of curious. If you take your car to a mechanic, Trustee Williams, and they don't repair it the first time, you're going to pay them right there do it again? If you do, you're dumb. If you do, that's dumb. Because that's what we do with Robinson Engineering. They didn't do the job. Everything failed that they did. According to this board, they experts in what they do, but yet everything they did failed. That's the problem for me and my taxpayers.
So moved.
Because he spoke before I had a chance to say something. Would the audience stop talking?
Comment or question? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Because the audience has been very disruptive, and I can't maintain what's going on there. So can you please tell me who made the motion in the second?
I made the motion.
Thank you. Who made the second? And you'd like to vote, Mr. Mayor? Benson.
Mr. Mayor, due to the fact that we have no village manager and this board is mismanaging the community of Sauk Village and the taxpayers.
Out of order.
Discussion's over, it's time for a vote. We have time for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, due to the fact that
Yes, sir, no, yea or nay.
we have no village manager and the board is once again mismanaging the taxpayers' dollars, I will vote no on this one also. And the rest of the
Burgess.
For IDOT, you voted no?
You don't question this vote, you vote.
I wasn't talking to you, sir. I was just making a statement. I just wanted him to understand what he's talking about. I wasn't talking to you. I was just making a statement. But he's the only one allowed to do that. Anyway, yes.
Chavez. Hanks.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Okay, motion carries. The motion to approve the construction engineer agreement for the IDOT project. Motion.
So moved.
The second. Comments?
I do have a comment. Since people don't understand, or maybe this trustee doesn't understand what that IDOT participation is, Mr. Zani, could you please enlighten me on
No, you don't have to, Mr.
I wasn't talking to you again.
Mr. Zani.
I wasn't talking to you.
You don't have to do anything. We got a motion and a second on the floor.
But you want to know what you're voting on. You want the people to understand. You want the people to see what the money's spent on. When I asked them to explain that, now you tell them they don't have to do that. You don't still. What you mean he might still be money? Okay, fine. Go for it. But I wasn't talking to you. I asked Mr. Mayor, could he explain what we're voting on?
He said to me, you don't have to.
I've asked the engineer to explain what they're voting since the trustee made the statement that the village needs to know where the money is spent. I was asking him what the money is being spent on. That's all. I'm asking the village engineer to explain motion new business number C, the motion to approve the construction engineering agreement for IDOT project. Could he explain what that is? Since he helped write it.
Mr. Mayor, what I stated was earlier when I voted that because we have no village manager to manage the money, however it comes in, this board has been mismanaging the income that we receive. And I'm quite sure they'll continue to do that. But because of that, I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm voting no to it. I know what it is, but come on. They mismanage too many funds here, and it's got to stop. That's my purpose of voting.
We don't care.
We explain this.
This is the project for 223rd Street. It's in order for this project to go, we will get funding from the federal government and from the state, money that's completely free to the village to improve that street.
No, that's what the reason I asked that, Mr. Mayor, it's not costing us anything. It's money that we get as a grant. And it's not any money that we're spending. It's a motion to approve him to go further and seek the funds for 223rd Street, which is Cap's Corner. That's what this is for. That's all I wanted the residents to know, since the trustee wanted to make sure the residents are well aware and they're informed. That's all I wanted them to know. It was money for that. That's all.
Once again, Mr. Mayor, due to the fact that there is no village manager to make sure that money is used as it's supposed to be, I'm not voting.
Any other comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
No.
Benson. Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hanks.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. motion now to approve the ordinance authorizing the village of Sauk Village to borrow funds from the public water supply loan. The motion?
So,
Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Benson.
No.
Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hanks.
Yes.
Myers. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, need a motion to approve an ordinance amending chapter 53, water and Title 5, public works and the village code. Need a motion? So moved. Need a second? Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Benson.
No.
Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hanks.
yes.
Myers. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried. Need a motion to approve a resolution approving net profit agreement and easement assignment agreement with the Unison Site Management LLC. Need a motion? So moved. Comments?
Question. I like to, I think we talked about this, we have this money put into a separate account. Not to be put in general fund, I think we talked about to have this.
That's not part of the motion.
Sorry.
You just asked a question.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, we talked about it now.
The funding has not been received yet. Once we receive the funding, it will go to a separate account.
Thank you, that's, I was just asking, I didn't need a mouthpiece for it from someone else, but I was just asking to make sure that that money, when it does come in, we put it in a separate account.
I will let everyone know in advance, and I will put the funds in a separate account.
That's all, it was just a question. That's what you said, question. I wasn't trying to amend the motion.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Moore, isn't this the cell phone towers, I'm talking about the cell towers? Isn't this the money that the village manager was making an agreement so that we will have money to pay the code enforcers and her salary? Isn't that how she found this money? This is the money that the village manager did find so that we can have money immediately to pay the code enforcers and pay her salary. Is that correct?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
I was supposed to speak for
To be
the
honest with you.
I think what's important to realize is we're taking a large amount right now, so that we're gonna lose millions in the long
I
run.
know what this, I
So,
know what this is, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking more, I'm not thank over here.
if you know
This is
what it
the
is,
same,
money, that's.
so the public knows this is the same money that the village manager went and found and made a deal with the sales tower people so that that money coming in right away will help pay the salary, her salary, and the code enforcement salary. That's what it's for. But yet, they want to use it for something else.
If I found you being answered a phone call, because the company themselves us. So I found you being answered a phone call, because two companies came to us, and they stated that they wanted to offer us this benefit. As Trustee Haynes said, we need to retain ownership and continue to charge rent for these items, and continue to receive money year after year, or we could just sell them off and get a lump sum back. That's what this is. So regardless of how this money was brought to the village, regardless of what it's being used for, if we don't vote on it, we're not gonna get it. There's a motion, there's a second, let's take a vote. And then if it passes, we'll get the money. If it doesn't pass, we won't get it, then it's the moot point.
Trustee Benson is correct. The village board asked the village manager at the time to go out and seek money. At the time, he was talking about firing her. Just what they're doing now is removing her position from the budget. And they said,
Sign agreement you signed. That you
they asked her to
again.
go out and find funds for her and to bring the village code enforcement back. That's what she did, and that's why the money is here. Nobody's saying we're not going to vote on the money, I hope. That the money is here, we just going to vote on the agreement. But it was, she did go out and find the funding to release her salary. In the past, we have been just leasing them on a and we took a much longer lease. And with this agreement, that's how the money came about with the effort of the
Mr. Mayor, I think you need to make sure that you tell the truth. And the truth is that you signed a settlement agreement, and the village board did exactly what was part of the settlement agreement. And you signed it, and you did not abide by it. So again, you didn't keep your word. Your signature on it.
That's why we got the agreement here. I mean, I signed the agreement.
You signed the agreement and didn't abide by it. So the village board did nothing different than what was on the settlement agreement. The village board did exactly what the village board did.
The village manager went out and got the agreement. I signed the agreement. Now the board is ready to vote on it. So the village will have the money.
And we get $200,000 now, so that in less than 10 years, we're losing over $1 million.
Again, here you go again, just saying.
It's fact. We already saw it in the budget hearings on Saturday. We were averaging over $40,000 a year on rental fees. We are now down to what we estimate to be about $12,000 a year, and perhaps less. So we are losing money to be able to get a chunk of change right now.
It's up to the board. It went through a process. It went through the committee meeting. We presented the agreement to the board. We had a number of different committees meetings about it. Here we are now ready to vote on it. He said, it's up to you whether you want to vote on it.
So you want to vote on it. I said, tell the truth, Mr. Mayor. You're lying again. You continue to lie. You continue to lie.
What's lying about it, trustee? We went through an effort to get the money. The money is here. If you don't want to vote on it,
you wouldn't know the truth. You saw the phone booth.
If you don't want to vote on it,
for a vote.
Trustee Hank don't want to vote on it. Just say you want it. You're lying. You're lying, Hank. You're lying. You know you're lying.
Because the manager to oversee this money, to oversee the money that they're about to take and spend recklessly, I gotta vote no. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Okay. A motion to approve the straight-up rental agreement.
So
Second.
Now, questions I have about this agreement, and the trustee knows that the village engineer that we have in charge of this project is not on board with this agreement because this agreement is going to cost the village 2.5 times more for this agreement than the agreement that the village engineer has presented. This is the agreement that the village attorney is once again.
Mr. Mayor, you're not telling the truth again, Mr. Mayor. Please know your facts when you're talking. This is an agreement that we have to sign for the rental of these units. You're thinking of something, of course, I don't want to assume what you think, but you're thinking of something different, totally different about purchasing the rental units, which this is not the agreement. This agreement has to go before the IEPA. The Attorney General is waiting for this this agreement between us and the company that owns the equipment that we are renting. So please, Mr. Mayor, tell the truth.
The agreement is also going to have that you be able to purchase these agreements. And we shouldn't have anything about purchase in the agreement.
Especially, Mr. Mayor, especially when this agreement, I could be wrong with this, this agreement is spearheaded by this law firm here. And this law firm here has been costing the village much money, and they're in court right now for doing the same exact thing. So they took what the village, stated in the election in 2011, when they voted for HTY. They tried to make these aspects permanent, and if you read the agreements, a lot of the term permanent is in there, and they wrote it themselves.
And we didn't know anything, I didn't know anything about this. Another one of the things that are saying that this attorney went behind my back. I didn't know anything about this agreement.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, no. Didn't know anything about this agreement.
Where's that
You
agreement?
got the agreement.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you got the agreement with the printout showing it.
No, I don't. I don't have the agreement with Baxter Whipping agreement, but they were talking about spending money for. All I have is this one. Where's the other agreement?
You can't see that because he's filling it with other things.
I've never seen an agreement for the air strippers to be purchased by Baxter Whipping. I saw that. I saw their bill for work that they did and hired other people, but I never saw the agreement that you have right here, and that's why I asked the question at the beginning of the meeting. We only have a week or so to have an agreement with somebody to take care of these shredders, because to me these are air strippers. Because if we do not do it, we're going to be fined again by IEPA. You did get that, didn't you? Did you get that from IEPA stating that if we don't comply within a week, the first week of October, they will be taking us to court? Did you get that?
And probably with the Benson's box.
Trustee, there's one thing you need to change there. No, we're not going to get fined. It says the Attorney General and the Illinois EPA will come in and take over the whole project. You will not see it. If we come not sign this, you can turn it down. You will not see it, Mr. Webb, I guarantee you.
Somebody should come in and take it.
Somebody should come and take over. Because all we do is pass out bottled water.
If they come in, it's not free. The village is still going to have to pay.
I think I asked about this last board meeting, about me raising my hand and trying to wait patiently to be called upon. And I asked if you could recognize this in a civilized manner, and I didn't want to play double dutch in the conversation and have to jump in and out. We have a motion. We have a second. I understand that there's an opportunity for healthy comments and questions, but healthy, I mean intelligent comments and questions. We've reviewed this multiple times. This board has been copied on emails about this topic multiple times from ourselves, from the attorney firm, from IEPA. They've told us what we need to do. I don't understand why it's such a concern. People have questions, and that's fine. But we do not need to go back and forth, jumping down each other's throats. The answer is simple. IEPA said, here's this company. They're going to put these air strippers in. You have no choice because you couldn't handle your business before. So,
There you go. That's right. That's right.
right. So because IEPA did that, now Schrader's saying, since they're here, you gotta pay for them. We didn't pick this company. IEPA did. IEPA is also telling us you have to sign this agreement. I said 2 weeks ago, we do not move forward, IEPA will come in here. And I know that that's a great thing, because I wish they would too, because apparently this board, as a collective whole, can't figure out which way is up.
There you go.
So when they come in and they charge us at their rates, and we have to pay them at their rates, and then tell us, by the way, we're going to go back to May of 2009 and charge you $10,000 a day because you spend too much time arguing with each other instead of taking care of business, then that will have to be over $1.5 million more in debt on top of their fees. So let's save all that. Let's do what IEPA wants and take it and vote. You have a motion, you have a second. Please call for a vote.
Any other comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Chavez. Hayes.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
The motion carried, but I want the board to know I intend to veto this motion. I will.
The mayor has 5 days to veto this. He's going to do it in his proper way. He's got very good at this process, so he's aware of it.
That's correct.
I understand. For everybody who's up here, for our attorney firm, let's flip a coin to see if you really are. According to the motions, you are. But in case you're not, can the village clerk and the attorney firm get together and draft a letter that once we receive this veto, that copy of that veto is sent to IEPA
Yes.
with a welcome letter?
I think it needs to be
Welcome
done.
to the beautiful village
I think the village attorneys need to contact the IEPA and Attorney General tomorrow at the earliest moment. Let them know that the village board has passed this agreement as they requested, and the village board has, that the village mayor has already informed us he's going to veto this, so that the Illinois IEPA and the Attorney General knows that this village board is trying to work with them. However, we're hitting roadblocks by the mayor.
Let's move on to H, a motion to ensure that all checks be signed by the mayor and the village clerk.
So moved.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, why would this clerk use it all and nothing when this village clerk does not have the best interest of this village in heart? So
say you. So say you.
You need to remove the village clerk from this, and until we get some stability in this village, you should be the only one signing the check.
Okay, once you're voted out, we'll have stability, trust me.
Yes. You can't have one signature on the check. That's state statute.
Got a motion and a second. Any other comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
No.
You're going to veto anyway, but yes.
Yes.
Let the most, the record show that I will be vetoed.
Let the record show the mayor can't even veto for 5 days according to state statute. So that's.
Speaking on this topic, can we please get the ordinances of who can sign? I thought that that's how we discuss things. When I raise my hand, I don't get recognized. So I thought we were. Who can sign checks? And if you could please throw in the ordinance of who is the keeper of the records and must sign and seal all village documentation? Because that might be a key thing to know. I thought it was the village clerk, but I could be wrong. So can we please just have that, make sure it's in everybody's box? I'll give you till Friday, okay? There's no rush. I would just like to know who can sign checks and who should be signing checks.
Not the mayor.
The mayor has every right to sign every document.
on the floor.
That is his job as the mayor. The mayor and the village clerk are to sign every village document. But since that's not being done and people are being forced to sign checks, we need to make sure that we know who's supposed to be signing checks.
So, Mr. Walhart, you're in a position now that you're going to be called upon to sign some checks.
If it's a consent of the board, Mr. Mayor, if the board votes the money, if the board votes the money out, then yes. If the board votes the money out, then
The motion that you just voted on stated the only two people to sign checks unless it's extreme emergency is the village mayor and the village clerk. And let me state this now for all department heads. When a motion is made by the board and seconded, and there is a vote conducted, until such time that it is vetoed and then overturned, whatever extreme emergency, a building's on fire. If you are asked to sign a check and someone stands over you telling you to sign that check, if you feel threatened, by all means, sign the check. Understand that when you do that, that's a direct violation of a motion that was made. Disciplinary action will take place. And I expect an email informing this board. Also, if you feel threatened by my tone, by my words, or by anything that I've said tonight, when explaining to you your job responsibilities and the motions and what just happened right now, please feel free to direct an email to the board. If you are not understanding what happens when a motion is seconded and a vote conducts, and you feel that you are being harassed or threatened, please feel free to bring that attention to the board. I have no problem. I will give you a formal apology. I'll do that right now. If I'm threatening you or harming you in any way, I humbly apologize. But I want to, in the words of Trustee Benson, I'm trying to help you out. Understand, once a board takes an action and you violate that, then disciplinary action can be the result of that. And that goes for any department head. As we've seen, our village administrator is not above it. So obviously, neither is any other department head. And that goes for the village clerk as well. The village clerk is just been told to sign every check. If she fails to do that, she is not above it either.
Any other questions? All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll. Okay. Let's go to item 6, approval of the minutes. A motion to approve July 10, 2012 board.
So moved.
Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Okay. Motion carries. Get a motion to approve July 17, 2012 committee. Motion.
So moved.
Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Myers. Williams.
Yep.
Okay, motion carries. Get a motion to approve July 24, 2012 board meeting. Motion. Second.
Second.
Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
No.
Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hayes.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Get a motion to approve September 4th, 2012 special meeting. Motion. Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Benson. Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hayes. Yes. Myers.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Get a motion to approve September 4th, 2012 committee meeting. Motion.
Second.
A motion and second. Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Benson. Burgess.
Yes.
Chavez. Hayes.
Yes.
Myers. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Get a motion to approve September 17th, 2012 special meeting. Need a second. Comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Benson. Burgess.
I wasn't here. Abstain.
Chavez. Hayes.
Yes.
Myers. Williams.
Okay, motion carries. Now, these notes that you're asking for here, we're not voting on these.
So that's just no security.
Okay, let's move to the public comment part.
Mr. Mayor, does the department head need to stay for this?
I was gonna turn you late too.
I'm sorry, little mayor, I was asking a bit.
All the out department heads, get this and I signed it already, take everything.
There's a special meeting right after this one.
You gotta be kidding.
Mr. Mayor, I have several comments today, and a lot of them have to do with your accounts payable. First of all, again, on page 1, where we have in the general fund, we are paying out for professional services. Again, this is just 2 weeks when we just approved $50,000 for Olson and Stewart 2 weeks ago. Today, you just approved $71,652.28 for payment of Olson and Stewart. I had the privilege of being downtown when we went to court for the village clerk, and again, for the village manager. And again, you all said we were a poor town, we didn't have any money, but Olson and Stewart can get paid. And if I add that up again, I think that's $125,000 that you have spent on attorney fees in just 1 month. So I don't know how you saving money, but you keep saying you're looking for cost savings initiatives. But let me just give you another suggestion. Since I was the only citizen that I saw present at the public hearing that you had on Saturday for the budget, I would like to give you some suggestions of some cost savings. Since you want to eliminate the village manager, let's eliminate some other positions. Can we also eliminate the deputy chief? Let's say the fire department. That's $45,000. Just do with the public, what do you call them, the heads? The department head. Oh, thank you. It's okay. But the department head, public works, $70,000. Sheriff, the public administrator, $70,000. The police secretary, $50,000. The fire department secretary, which is $18,000. So just to kind of round up some, I just gave you $500,000. There you go. So now, if you got $500,000 and you say your check is 1.5, I just gave you a savings when you ain't got to find about 100. So other problem with that is, I would like to say, since Ms. Williams thanks Plan for giving you money for the certificates, can Plan also work on getting us the money for the $150,000 that they cost us in the fees in which we had to increase because we lost our risk management due to them? Oh, I didn't know that, right? Oh, the other thing is, can you have the village manager, since she was so diligent in making sure that the fire department and ESDA got stickers for their trucks and cars, how come she didn't give them to the police department, since that village stickers and registrations and voting belongs to the village clerk? Yeah, and she do sign checks too. Oh, and of course, we already know that. I still got 21 seconds. For common practice, all y'all that don't know, every 2 weeks, you already pre-approved payroll. So if you're going to stop approving things before you pay them, stop paying our people until you approve it. Let them wait for their checks for a month. Let you get caught up because you already pre-approved. Let them get paid.
Make that $600,000.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Bernice Brewer Houston. Again, this is costing us money. I'd like to know how we could afford to pay a village manager to sit at home. Secondly, we have paid Olson and Stewart $250,000 since August of 2011. They have not won one case, nor did they even submit water when we had a water crisis. What is that all about? Secondly, Robinson Engineering just left. We have just paid them $130,000. They wouldn't even tell us that the wells were contaminated. You tell me who's getting what paid, not the residents. We are sick of you guys using us as a personal ATM. You guys taking us to court every other year. You drafting up ordinances that are illegal. We're sick and tired of this stuff. We're talking about our money. Bird is always talking about you coming in here watching the money. I want to know, we have been paying since May 2006 to keep those bells online. What happened to that money? Nobody can answer the question. He's watching us. Give me some answers. This is our money we paying out. All you girls up here, open your purses. That's all they're looking for. Men, pull your pockets out. Where's our money? You don't need to shake your head, baby. You take it too. Okay? And another thing is that I'd like to know, when did the board have the authority to change the form of government here? That's right. And there's no reference that's been on board. I'd like to know when did that happen. And again, with Robinson Engineering, we have paid them $130,000, and they again didn't donate any water. So I'd like to know, where's our money going? Where is the money going for the people? We're not getting any government. We just sat here, I don't know how long, and nobody has told us anything about our money. Where's our money? You guys have sat there and spent, and now Chief Myers, Assistant Chief Myers, we paid him to distribute water. Now, we have volunteers paid for 3 times more than we paid you. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'd like to know where's the people's money. We paying it, you guys using it, what are we getting for it? I'm asking for asbestos and stuff. We paid them $250 million. They haven't won one case. I'd like to know what they doing our money. Y'all can use my 34-second answer. People want to know what happened to their money. Where's the money?
I don't hear no answer.
You understand, Bill? Let's get this straight. Is a class action suit in was found out where the money at? And nobody asked for the damn thing.
And you need to stop arresting people at every meeting.
He interrupted me. I need my 30 seconds back. You need to nobody else answered my question. I'd like to know where our money's at. Why are you guys wasting our money? Where is our money?
It seems to be the same question I've been asking this board. I'm going to continue to ask this board.
Where's the money?
My name is Jan Clark. I live on Solandis here in the village. I'd like to know, Mayor, is the community center open?
No.
No. Why? We had a great big hassle week after week a few months back, about 5 to 6 months back, because the community center didn't have programs for our youth who were running the streets wild and everything. Now, since the water, from what I have heard, is that you and Mrs. Turner have decided to close the center. And I also, it was rumored that you are not allowing Stewart's nephew, Mr. Stewart's nephew, and I don't know his first name, Cortez, who knows about the people, knows about running it. Why is he not able to get the key, open it up, and let the village young people use that center? I'm very upset. Why are you not letting him run the center?
Are you finished?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm finished, though. I'm going to wait until you finish. I'm planning to answer.
I'm
I got an
finished.
answer for you.
I'm finished with that one question.
Well,
Now, stop the clock, because he's going to answer it.
okay. Let's start with the first thing. You said rumors.
Yes.
So if they're all rumors.
Oh, it's open?
The Cortez Stewart has a key. I mean,
Is he allowed to do it?
he got a key. He's in there all the time. What are you talking about? He's in there. He's in there. He's giving the young people that have to play over there. He allowed them to get in some kind of way. That's what they tell me. I have been there a number of times when this group that's over there practicing what to play said that contest stood. You got allow us to get in. So I stopped over there on yesterday. They was in there. And I gave them instruction they would not be in there again unless they get to hear from me. You cannot go in there without anybody being there.
Cortez was there, right? Yesterday?
I was there, man. I was not there.
He was not there? And kids were in there? I see.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Just 1 second, ma'am. You
Yes.
just stated right over there, we were standing right there. Cortez just told you that that lady opened the door for him. And that...
I'm just telling you what the group told me.
I'm telling you.
Mr.
Mayor, were you standing right there when Cortez Stewart asked you?
They went the key from Cortez Stewart.
The lady, Cortez told you right over there that he didn't have a key, that the lady that's there opened it up for them and locked it back after they left. I mean, after she left out, and Cortez just closed the door after he finished with the guy that was doing the play. He said he told you there, sir, that he didn't have a key. I was standing right there. Another gentleman standing at the same time.
I'm saying when I stopped at the community center myself, I'm just telling you what happened. Cortez Stewart was nowhere around. I asked the person.
But you said he had a key. He doesn't have a key. He said he told you he didn't have a key.
I asked the person, how did you get in? Cortez Stewart let us in. That's what he said.
Did he or did he not tell you when he was standing there he did not have a key? Oh, you don't know what he said then?
All I know, when I stopped in there, nobody was there.
So there was a gentleman standing over there. He's not the audience. Now he's gone. He was standing right there when that man said, it's amazing how you said that.
At one time, Cortez Stewart got basketball players 2 or 3 times in there. So don't tell me he doesn't have a key.
He told you he didn't have a key. He told you right there he didn't have a key.
How did he get in there?
He said the lady was letting him in. The lady that has a key let him in. He told you that right there. There was another person standing. He's not in the audience. He's not even out here now anymore. But you know exactly. We were standing right there within the mission. He asked you.
The young man said that Stewart let him in.
He said the lady let him in. That's what he said.
Mr. Burgess, do you know if the lady would be Miss Turner?
No, it wasn't Miss Turner. It was the lady that works over there. It wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Okay, I'm just. Thank you.
No, it wasn't her. It was a lady that works there that works part-time for the village. Let Cortez in. She locked the door after she walked out, so all he had to do was when he got through, just close the door and the center would be locked up.
Well, when I got there, there was nobody there.
Yes, I heard you the first time. Thank you. Now, my
nobody there but this group. Cortez is not there. The young ladies on the village, work for the village is not there. So I asked him. That's the only thing I can do is go by. Who let you in here? This is the second time that I've come here. Nobody else is there but the group that practiced for the play. I got to understand. Who is letting you in? Cortez Stewart.
Is there a problem with you giving Cortez Stewart or someone with authority and knowledge to have a key, to get a program, keep the programs going, have regular hours? Is that a problem with you? Or do you have to be in charge of everything?
I'm going to be in charge of
running over there.
That someone is in there that's authorized to be in there. Yeah,
I'm understanding that.
Okay, so what's your problem then?
My problem is...
You want me to be over the community center. You want me to make sure...
No, I do not.
The other day you came in here and asked me. The other day you came in and asked me. There were people in here all the day. They were there. Let's shop the center and we don't know how many people...
I didn't come over to the center.
No, not at the center. You were here. Right here.
Where?
Right in the meeting.
Doing what?
Asking about why were people in the community center, why they had a fight over in the community center.
I did not.
You didn't know anything.
You are wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't. It's a misunderstanding. It may have been someone
I'm going to make
responded
sure
like me.
that I know who, if I can, I'm going to make sure that I know who's in the community center. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to see if there is going to be any formal amount of time or timetable that the kids can know that they can come within the next month or so.
Well, first of all, the person that went over Parks and Rec said he'd been here, but we haven't seen him in all this time.
You already, we know that, you already appointed somebody.
Because there's nobody who's running the Parks and Rec, who that has been over the Parks and Rec, so he hasn't been here, so there's no program. So yeah, I'm going to take the responsibility to make sure we get a program.
Who did you appoint for the next trustee to take Mr. Chavez's place, may I ask? I think it's my business.
Always your business, but we just got to receive the letter today. So how
You
you
said it's too late. You made the comment, oh, it's too late. I already appointed someone. Now, whether that was meant to be under your breath, it came out loud and clear.
That's again, you just hearing things and not hearing what you're talking. It's not one time that I said I appointed anybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Larry Stewart, 217 Galen, Housing Commissioner. This has lasted a long time, and a lot of it didn't make a lot of sense. Money's been talked about, a lot of things were voted on and not voted on, vetoed, will be vetoed. My nephew, Cortez Stewart, was a volunteer for a year. He grew up in that community center long before you were here, or you. He volunteered and was removed by your village manager. I'm just talking. Can I finish? Can I finish? Your village manager removed you as a volunteer. And what I'm upset about is he was replaced by paid individuals. That's not an argument with me. The village board of trustees, mayor board, do what you want. That's what's been going on. What I'm upset about is, some time ago there was $98,000 appropriated to the Parks and Recs.
Yes.
$98,000. All I'd like to know in detail where did it go. That was under Trustee Enoch Benson. I hope that this board, as a collective body, looks into that $98,000. Whether it went to the general fund, went home. As long as people were accusing each other, I don't believe it went home. I gotta be fair. But the thing I don't know is where it went. And I feel like nobody's looking at it. I would love it to where I stand up and go, well, this is where this dollar went and this dollar went. Nobody's doing that. Not even who had the dollars. See, I'm not going to deal with theories because I've heard on how it was done. And I hope the board as a whole stands up to this and just get it over with. See, because if you don't do this little money, the rest of this community will come after all of you all about the other money, which I hear two different sides about money. And not a lot getting done over a course of years. This is ridiculous. Find out about the money.
Mr. Stewart, you stated that you're not working on theory, but you heard what he said.
Are you giving me an answer to where the money is? I didn't think that. No, that's all I was.
You made a statement.
And that's what I thought you were about to stand up and be number one.
You said you're not going to work on theory, but
all I'm looking for is where's the money. Thank you, sir.
Ron Mitchell. Mr. Mayor, I got three questions. They keep on saying about the 98,000, but if they really did their homework, who it came under? Burgess. If y'all really want to know, that's the man y'all need to talk to. And for two, Mr. Mayor, 14, I know Burgess been on the board and he just asked for village stickers. Oh, Burgess, you ain't did your homework. Who puppet masking you? Hanks? You know what I'm saying? Who got the strings? Okay, and Hanks, we asked you a question. We still ain't saw the water bill with your name.
I happened to have the opportunity to be in the courtroom in reference to the village manager, and I have to say that I thought that Olston and Stirk did a magnanimous job, and I appreciated what I learned and what I heard. Mr. McGrath, you're terrific. You did a good job. The others don't see what you do because they don't want to see what you do. I was there and I heard the judge tell the lawyer on the other side that he had to make a choice. He was either going to be for the village or he was going to be for a class action lawsuit. And I heard him say he was dropping the class action lawsuit. Therefore, I don't understand why he's charging us now. Secondly, we keep talking about all this money. Where is it? We have had village stickers on our squad cars, our fire trucks, our civil defense equipment, everything that the village has and owns as a village has had a village sticker for the 47 years that I've been here, with the exception of last year and this year with our police department. They have always had village stickers. The village stickers were not handed to the police department, the fire department, or any other department. It had to go in their budget. And the others paid for theirs out of their budget. So if the police department does not have their vehicle stickers, then it should be in their budget. But I understand we don't even have a budget for our police department. We have a village manager who wrote out checks at her freedom to do whatever she damn well pleased. Nobody had any right to say anything about it. No board to approve it. No accountability. Everybody's asking about the money. We did our homework, and that money, that $98,000, did come under Mr. Burgess. We knew that. But there was a total. When this mayor took over and Mr. Burgess was removed from Parks and Recreation, there was a major total left in that account. You, sir, misappropriated the total amount, and that money is still missing. Where is it, Benson?
Anyone else? All right, let's go to Ms. Lane's business on the Board of Trustees.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple things. First thing, just like to remind the residents on a good note before we get further into this, that on Saturday, September 29th, as already mentioned, for the Shine on Sauk Village. It's a great time where our churches all get together in our community, and it has a time where there's food and singing and just for spiritual help for our community. So I would encourage anyone who's available, go out and have a good time with your neighbors, your friends, perhaps people you go to church with. It's on the corner between Prairie Avenue and Cornell along Sauk Trail, right across the street from Do It Best now, it's called East Ace. So encourage residents to head out. Second thing is, I know that it continues, that our attorney firm continues to get slammed about not leading cases. I know one case you know, so against the firm that represents us. However, our attorneys that represent this village had nothing to do with that. The firm is made up of multiple partners, and the lawsuit that was filed is against one of the partners, not one of the partners that's representing our village. So, and also that it looks like the case will be dropped shortly. So I think it's important that once this case is dropped, that maybe perhaps people who make allegations against individuals who have nothing to do with this case, and I want to recant what they said. So it's important to realize that, and if you want to follow the case, but you're going to find out that our attorneys represent this village, which is Bert Olson and Mr. McGrath, has something to do with that lawsuit, again, just because they work for the firm. And again, we know frivolous lawsuits are filed all the time. Our village has multiple frivolous lawsuits that's filed against it. Just remember that people go out and file lawsuits and don't have to have no proof of merit. They just go out there and do it. So just want to make sure that about that also.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Mr. Trustee Hayes. You said it right. People do go out and file frivolous lawsuits. Look at Sauk Village. That's all this board has done for the last 2 or 3 years. And not only that, they allow other employees, inform them to go out and file those lawsuits so they get paid anyway. In spite of what's going to happen, what they want to do is make no fight about it. They won't go and fight. They're going to settle and settle and settle. And that's why we have all these litigations, because this board has went out and told employees to sue the village, and they will settle. Secondly, how many times have we heard Trustee Burgess say, hey, Vincent, when you're talking about the board, you're talking about everybody. When you are part of the board. What you do affects the whole board. Well, what Olson Search Law Firm did affects every attorney in the law firm. He's a part of the law firm. You can't hide that fact. Their law firm did what they did, and they have to answer for it. Accountability. We're talking about that now. Accountability. So they want to be held accountable for their actions in Chicago Bridge. No doubt about it. But nevertheless, when you talk about when one person in the firm does something bad, it's going to affect the whole firm. That's what they always tell me. But the answer always tell me. And that's the case. Mr. Mayor, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Also, thank you very much, Mr. Benson, because that's what I was going to talk about, accountability. And that's a very good question, because if you can't look to your leaders in village for being accountable to what they do, then there is no accountability. If you don't believe in what your leaders are trying to do as a village, there's no accountability. If you feel, like you said, that once a person is tells a lie, or once a person is found out to be mistrusted, that you can assume that they're going to do it again. I appreciate you saying that, because that does make a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, because once a thief, always a thief. Once a person does something that gets caught, that they get caught doing, but they say, oh, it's okay, I'm going to take care of it, I'm going to pay it, and just move on, does that make that person correct? Does that make it right? Does that make it right? Just because. So I'm just hoping that since you made that statement, that you hold it true for everybody and everything, that you don't just single out certain people to say that one person is okay for that person to take something, but it's not okay for someone else to take something. If you're gonna point fingers, or name, do it consistently. Don't just pick and choose what it is that you want to take care of. And I'm hoping that this village understands that. Hope that this village knows that we have a lot of healing to take care of. But it starts at the top. It starts at the top. And if we don't do this, I mean, how can you believe us up here if you sit up here and the way the trustees are going, and also the mayor, and you hear things going back and forth. You hear people telling lies back and forth. How can you believe anybody? But and as I stated at the very beginning of this meeting, I was hoping that you would give us an explanation to what happened. At least let this village know that, hey, that you know that you're still an honorable person, that you're still trustworthy, and that you're willing to move this village forward. That's what I was hoping that you would say, but you didn't say that because you tried to bring it back on the board or myself or whatever. But for not to clarify that, not to clarify what was out there, and you're the head of this village, leads me to understand, me to wonder what kind of person, what kind of integrity that you have to not even answer to your constituents that out here that voted for you, said they believed in you, said that they trusted you. And then there was nothing, no explanation. I think you owe the village a explanation. I think you do. Because you were placed in an honorable position. That's why it's called an honorable mayor. Because you were placed in that position. You signed an ethics statement. You stated that you were going to do this as each and every elected official signs an ethics statement. If you violate that, then it is prosecuted. You can be prosecuted for it. Thank you.
I would just like to know if we could please stay updated on the situation with Wilson Sir. We did receive one email that did explain it, but throughout the process, we can just get some information. And I just want to remind people that this isn't the first time that someone this board has approved of, or in that case not approved of, was hired on or became a part of the village, and then it came out that there was some improprieties that happened.
What did you do?
I would like to refer everybody's attention to manager, police chief. Both of those instances, this board was presented with examples of improprieties in other towns, not in this town. Nothing to do with Sauk Village, as is the case with Colton and Sir. None of these things had to do with Sauk Village. But both of those individuals were involved in court cases in other towns.
What they do?
We asked for documentation of that stuff. Village manager didn't give an explanation. She did send out an email. To this date, we haven't received the information that we requested from other personnel. So I'm asking to please keep up with what we've asked with every other individual. And Mr. McGrath would go back and please keep us informed, because obviously if there is a situation where something could happen that is going to reflect this village, the board needs to be aware of it.
Hey, it's brief, short, been a long night. There's been a lot of stuff said and done tonight. We acted accordingly. Mr. Mayor, once again, we got to get our act together. And people out here in the audience, you guys got to help us out. I mean, giggling, laughing, then be professional about it. Listen to the thing and then make your comment. Over there, smucking, making comments when someone's talking, including the mayor and Vincent, Panks, myself. You know, all that can wait for your comments. All it is make you look very unprofessional, and it will really put a hamper on everything. You're going to get a chance to make a comment. You're going to get a chance to say what you want to say. The incident with the Lake Michigan, we was all know that if we don't, maybe it's a good thing that the attorney's going to notify the Attorney General that the mayor is going to veto this. Maybe it's a good thing that the Attorney General get out there and take over and start doing it, but I can tell you right now, she's not going to do it according to anybody's ways. They're going to do it according to their way. And according to their Wooden and Baxter, you're going to get brand new air strippers on out there. You're going to get them, whether you like it or not. The Attorney General is backing them up, and they're going to put them in. And it's going to take a while. We fighting the weather out there for a building. We've been talking to this outfit for engineering firm for a while. And once again, there was in charge of it. And we have a first update, as most of you, some of you was here, heard exactly what he said last week. And there's a lot of stuff that we didn't know about, and a lot of stuff we was kept in the dark. But now we're all at par out, and we made some moves tonight, hoping that we can get this thing rolling. God knows, I want to get this like Michigan stuff out of the way, get going where we get moving. But again, we're not going to do it if we just keep getting hassling and stuff and comments, and then one down the road we're going to get the engineering firm teed off at us. You're going to get the Attorney General teed off at us, and we know what she can do because she's already proved what she can do. And when she shuts the entire town down, if you get bottled water, people, she can do what the heck she wants to. But, you know, it's a thing that we got to, once again, I repeated it, everybody up here said it once again. We got to start working together at the bottom.
We're talking about accountability up here, and it is very important that each and every one of us be held accountable for all of our actions. We're talking about working together, working for the benefit of the people of this village. 2011, there was an election. Trustee Chavez ran on the same slate as Burgess and Hayes. I'm quite sure they knew what he was going to do. If they didn't, they should have done their homework. But they did not. They let the people down. They probably knew. I'm quite sure they did. That young man was going to vacate his seat. They did not care. If they did, they didn't allow them to run on their slate. Nevertheless, they did. If that's what they do, they call themselves watching the village money when we have spent over thousands and thousands of dollars inappropriately. If that's called watching our money, don't watch our money anymore, let's be great. If this is called working together in unity and oneness, which we have not done in the past 3 years, we need to quit saying it, guys, and do it. And just do it. We was told from the very beginning by Trustee Williams, I will not work with you guys. She made that statement quite clear and have not done it since. Walked on the streets with us. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you.
Sure did.
You did not knock on one door and refused to do that. I asked her to walk on the door, they're not going to do it. People know who she is. She refused to do it.
People knew me.
Only reason why she's here now.
People know me. I got elected by the people who knew me.
You got elected because
I got elected for my second time. But I don't understand why I'm talking about politics. You'll have the opportunity. You want to knock on a door, knock on a door. You did it last time. It worked out well for you. Let's hope you get the exact same test. What we need to do is we need to stop. We're going to work on accountability and we're going to work together. So let's work together. All you do is you call people out. I said I would not work with this board. You're absolutely right. I sure did. Using the context in which I used it. I said if you continue to completely disregard what the board as a whole has to say, then there's no reason, there's no point to work with this board. This board has to understand what it's capable of doing and what it's not, individually and together. And I've said that multiple times. I've also said that there's no point in continuing if we don't know how to work as a unit. So no, don't speak for me. Don't repeat what I said if you don't have the intelligence to remember what I said. And in the context in which I used it.
like I said before, lies and more lies and more lies.
Yeah, you're right. I'm lying about us not being able to work together. Yeah, that's a huge lie. The fact that this board can't work together, that's a lie. Come on now.
The reason why this board cannot work together is because there is a power struggle. We all know that. There is a struggle to control money. There is especially when you're working with the past administration. I'm not scared to say it, it's what's going on. And they're doing it. Trustees are meeting 3 and 4 together at a time outside of board meetings. It's illegal. And because of that, Because of this, we have to have Cook County Sheriff stand back here and babysit us on something that we should be doing ourselves. So I will hope and pray. I hope and pray. I will hope and pray that we can bring prayer into our meetings so that God can take control.
Second.
I'm
We
done.
got a motion and a second, can we call the roll?
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Burgess. Chavez. Hicks. Myers. Williams.
There's,
Well, they said they got another one. I don't know if they probably know, but they said.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to know if Rose's hurt didn't pay today. Sure are.
Mr. Mayor, I want to know why all the volunteers plus their families got lunch and dinner during the water.
And they cost $175, but mine got paid. I had a bologna sandwich. Everybody else got the bologna. Right there. I had to bring me back. No check.
Now, she go wait to come on now.
no, I didn't get paid.
I know I didn't get paid.
Did you get credit for being out?
We have another meeting, we love each other that much. We have a special meeting.
I ain't picking you no more coffee.
I gotta hear that tonight when I go home.
For the special meeting of not called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Here. Here.
There's a motion to place the village manager, Henry Turner, on paid leave.
Second.
Comments?
She's already on leave, she's getting paid for it already. I understand this. If she's already on paid leave, this is a motion to put her on paid leave. She's on paid leave. I don't understand this.
It's another one of these things that the trustees.
But this doesn't say how long, it doesn't say what it's for, it doesn't say why. She's already on paid leave. I want to know who that up. Is this law firm do that?
Yes, sir.
This is a law firm do that on the table.
$98,000 question.
Okay, we have comments.
Mr. Mayor, I think we vote on something that we have no, I think we vote on. It just says paid leave. Doesn't give us a date, time, doesn't give us nothing. Doesn't give anything.
It's stated in a meeting that we just finished. I'm the one that actually stated. I said that this is for 3 weeks. It's the motion that.
No, it's not to say that, Mr. Mayor. It's got to be on this motion, and it's not. What's wrong with these trustees? Hey, that's stupid. It's not on the doggone agenda. It's not on this. It's not on this motion here.
Mr.
They
Mayor.
got an egg someplace on there.
Mr. Mayor.
This is ridiculous, Mr. Mayor. Why would we even allow this? It is not on this motion.
Mr. Mayor,
This agenda says motion to place the village manager in return on paid leave. She was to add 3 weeks. Doesn't say that.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
This motion tonight is to finish off the 3 weeks that she's already on, paid administrative leave, due to the fact of your veto tonight.
That's not what it says.
Mr. Mayor, it does not say said it cannot be voted on. This is improper.
Any other questions?
Go for it, guys. You know what you're doing, go for it.
Since the motion did not state all the language that was in the ordinance, and I'm going to veto this motion here because I'm confused about what this motion is saying.
You have 5 days to veto a motion, that's absolutely fine. You cannot veto the motion until it's voted upon. You have a motion, you have a second, you can take a vote. You can then state that you plan on vetoing it, then the board can state you plan on overturning your veto, and all of that can happen in 5 days. Motion second, call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, I will not vote on this motion. It's illegal. It's illegal in the token.
What do you normally do? No vote. Yes. Yes.